All right, I think we're good. Hold on, I lost OBS. I'm pretty sure I'm live. All right. Hey, everybody. Um, so we are getting going with the session in about a half hour. We're going to start with a study and chat stream. So if you haven't already, let's start chatting. I have to pop out this chat window. It's running slightly behind, trying to get focused. Um, just letting you guys know to start asking questions, please. To get OBS visible so that I'm not confused all the time. Okay, cool. How's everybody doing today? I got more sleep than yesterday. Actually, I didn't check my uh, Aura Ring stats. The yesterday was like 6.5 hours of sleep, which was not good enough. I usually, well, I like to get over 8, especially when I'm playing poker specifically. I find that so many of the things that people do for like optimizing performance, um, sleep, meditation, cold plunge, workouts, diet, it all like it all matters. It matters a little bit for anything, but it matters so much more in poker. Like when I'm working on the business, I kind of just feel like if I don't do any, like if I get bad sleep, if I don't take care of myself at all, I'm still like, I don't know, 95% of myself. But if I get bad sleep and I don't do any of that and I'm playing poker, I feel like I'm 50% of myself. All right, yeah. 8.5 hours, which is what I like to get. So hopefully we won't be as bad today. I do think I'm not going to play my best again. I hate to say that, but I believe it to be true. Uh, the reason for that is that, sorry, I had noise cancellation on these headphones and it was too annoying, but all right, we'll find the setting that works well. Anyways, um, I realize so when I play these challenges normally, I'm like working on the business only to playing poker almost only. And like what I do when I play poker is I put everything into one day a week, everything that's not poker into one day a week. And I find that then I'm in like the poker mindset. But here we're playing, we're playing 3 days right now. And I'm not sure when we're going to play again after this. So it's like a quick thing and I'm live streaming it. And because the last couple of months I've been very focused on my YouTube channel and social media in general, putting out content, my like as I'm warming up for this session, I did an Elliott Rowe MP3 on Prime Mind, which usually before sessions I'll do that, or I'll actually have a call with Elliott, and I like couldn't even listen because I was thinking about setting up the stream. I was thinking about, oh, maybe after the stream, a good thing to do would be to review the hands, the biggest hands. So yesterday I reviewed the biggest hands on stream before I shut down the stream. I'm like, maybe I could do a little bit of that, but then I could also review them in a recorded video that I put on YouTube in like a 10-minute highlight video, and maybe that would be good. So I was just like the way that my mind works, at least, I don't know if this is true for everybody, is whatever I'm kind of obsessing about at the moment is what occupies my mind all the time, which I think has led me to be successful in poker and trying to be successful in other areas. But like it's that, I guess it's obsession. But it's why I can't do several things well at the same time. All right. We didn't count hands because it's impossible to. In my previous challenges on WSOP, they would email me the hand counts every week. And so I'm just going to ask them after. I'm just making sure this looks right when it went live. I'm just going to ask them after these few days to email a hand count. But I would guess we played like 500 hands. Jungle says he's streaming as well today. Yes, I'll believe it when I see it. I kind of expected in 25 minutes when we're supposed to start, he's going to text and say, hey, how do I set up a stream? But I don't think he'll really do that because he did that yesterday. And I said, I'm not helping you set up a stream. He did that while I was already live. But yeah, hopefully he'll stream as well. I moved the delay to 5 minutes because I realized. So if you didn't watch yesterday, basically I won 10K, but I think I played pretty badly, like really badly, and I was very disappointed in myself. So I was thinking about what I could do to change what some of the problems were, and that's why I'm thinking along these lines of, to be honest, I think that right now I'm not obsessed with playing poker, so I can't play my A game, and I think that's a lot of people disagree. They're like, well, you've been playing for 18 years. Why can't you just like, and you know how to play, so why don't you just play well? I think my perception of the difference between an A game and a B game and a C game, um, probably those they're little details that some people who play casually or maybe semi-professionally at lower stakes, they would consider my A, B, and C and D game all the same. But I see a very big difference. So when you're playing heads up against a great opponent, it's a game of very thin edges, and each couple percentage points of brain power and focus can make a very big difference in your win rate. So, anyways, yeah, I don't think I can play my A game, but I'm hoping to play my B plus game. One thing I did is I changed the stream delay to 5 minutes from 4 minutes. I'm gonna tell Jungle that just because I was in my head yesterday. Like I was thinking about it when we were in big pots, and I was also thinking about it like when I was calling a 3-bet. I was thinking, oh, I shouldn't say my hand out loud because I know Jungle's watching the stream and he's not trying to stream snipe. But what if this hand takes a while, and by the time we get to the river, he's heard me say that I have King Jack 7-5, and he can't really help knowing what I have. So that was in my head a little bit too much, so I just kicked it back from 4 minutes to 5 minutes. I think it was fine at 4 minutes, but it's also not impacting the stream that much because while I'm playing, I'm not answering questions so much. Edward says, "Go with your reads today." Thank you. Yeah, that's the plan. And so actually, what I want to do, Anders, you're very welcome. Cosmo says, "Will you play some power poker today?" Doyle demands it. Elaborate on the 400K story. I think probably that should just be a YouTube video that I'll make at a later date. But in short, I was playing 300, 600 across 4 tables, and lost 400K. That's the short answer. When I had 800K to my name. I have trouble depositing. So I have 130K in my account, and I have a limit of 100K a day. So I was gonna put another 100K in yesterday, but then Jungle said but I was having trouble. PayPal was like messing with me. The ACH thing wasn't working because I told them to cancel my account because people were getting hacked. So I think I could have called one of them and sorted it out, but I just didn't bother because Jungle didn't have any money in his account. So we are cross-booking. Why no Twitch? I'm focused on growing my YouTube channel right now. And I think on Twitch I was a partner, so they didn't allow streaming to both platforms. Maybe I could lose my partner status there and then stream to both. I don't know how that works. Gabriel, I'm wondering, with all the live session analysis you're coaching, do you fear giving away more than you should with your top level opponents? Honestly, no. I've been doing, like, yes, I think I give some info away to my opponents. I think they get an advantage this way, but I mean, I've been teaching poker and training videos for like almost 15 years. So they've got the insight. Like what I say here on the live stream is, I guess actually a good opponent is going to understand more or less the same as they would from, like, a very, very good opponent is going to get from this live stream what they would from my advanced training videos. But I mean, I have a course where I broke down like the way I view every single spot in heads up PLO and a lot of spots in 6-max PLO on Run It Once. So I think anybody playing me for high stakes probably has bought that course. It's 75 hours of content. So, what I'm doing here is not that big a deal. Do I think Jungleman will have my stream up? Yeah, I think so. Summarize Jungleman's play. It was actually kind of similar to what I expected, but he was impressive with the bluffs that he found in spots where I think like even top PLO specialists struggle to find those bluffs. So I guess he impressed me a little bit more than expected. I have a couple other smaller reads that I'm not going to share because he's probably watching my stream. can I elaborate a bit on the difference between the It's So Simple and game plan sticky notes? So he's referring to a video last week that I posted where I broke down a lot of these sticky notes that I have on my monitor while I play. I guess you couldn't see that. This one says, patience, some pots aren't mine. And yeah, I have one. I'm not going to take them all off. That one has fallen off my monitor. It's lost its stickiness, so I don't mind. I don't want to do that to the others. So he's asking about the, where did it go? It's So Simple and game plan sticky notes. They're actually, well, so game plan is tied to the no protection sticky note. So it's basically like, Phil, don't look at these spots. Everybody say what's up to Moonlight and Dan C helping us out as mods. I really appreciate you both. Game plan no protection is really about specifically, let's not deviate from the way that I know is optimal to play just because I think, oh, I probably have the best hand here. I should get some protection. And then the It's So Simple is really just a reminder to me to stop overthinking things and stop giving my opponents credit for superhuman things. Like the people I play are really, really good, but sometimes the way my mind works, I just kind of, I wouldn't call it a spiral, but it's like a, like unnecessary and oh, I forgot to share that I'm going live. 1 second. I'm not going to lose that train of thought probably because I already pre-prepared this. Okay, just sent it. Actually, I need to keep that open to make sure. Okay, so my mind will kind of go into a spot where I see a couple of showdowns and I start to think, oh, maybe he's figured out this adjustment that I'm making to him, and he's making this big counter. So how should I handle this? What should I do? How did he figure that out? Maybe I should make this counter. And what happens basically is that I'm reacting to information that is like, I'm reacting to a really small sample too often, and I'm doubting myself too quickly, or not just doubting myself, but doubting the game plan, which I guess has to do with game plan, doubting the strategy that I put together, because I think that they've figured something out that they probably haven't. And the thing is, with all of, whenever your opponent, you're worried about your opponent making an adjustment, and you're playing like a, 4 hours a day for 30 days, you just say to yourself, maybe they have, maybe they haven't. I'm going to think about it after the session. Right now, I'm going to assume they haven't. And after the session, I'm going to look back at the hands. I'm going to look back at the stats, and I'm going to decide if they made an adjustment. I just realized I need to get this a little closer. I mean, I know you can hear me, but I want you to hear me. Fish Shark. I'm not familiar with Jeremiah Williams. That's pretty cool that he's doing this Bankroll challenge. And the second youngest two-time WSOP bracelet winner. Awesome. Well, congrats to him. I should have heard of him, and I haven't. So apologies for that. Edward, why I rule out my A game? Yeah, I mean, I just know, like, I just know it's a fact. Will you play Berry Sweet? Sort of. I would play him. I was mentioning this yesterday because someone said he's playing a match coming up, which I still don't know if is accurate, but that'd be really cool. I would try. I would play him in a challenge like the one I'm playing against Jungle, 100, 200, 75, 100 hands, but 200, 400, 25K hands. No, I think, well, I do it. I don't want to do it. Like, I think it's basically, he's the only player who I think could be significantly better than me. I'm not saying I'm better than everybody else. I'm saying that if I'm worse than other players, we're at least close, and I'm not going to get demolished in EV. But he scares me a little bit, so I would not want to commit to a really long challenge against. I want to just play him some to see, because I haven't. Like, we talked in the past, and our schedules did not line up. But also just, well, yeah. It was mostly our schedules not lining up. But I want to play just a little bit against him just to see. I am Germ says they changed it. You can stream both now. He's referring to Twitch and YouTube. Charlie says he can do that too. So it doesn't matter that I was a partner. Anyways, we're gonna get started in a little over 15 minutes. I thought I would. So yesterday I did some studying with vision. I want to do a quick vision study, and then I want to. Actually, you know what? I should do that first. So first, what I want to do. Oh, and a good reminder that yeah, I'm going to do a strategy breakdown, 2-hour exclusive strategy breakdown, and all you have to do to get access is either sign up for my This Is PLO course, which is $2,500 and 183 videos. And like I said, 75 hours or so. I guess it's probably up to, if it's 183 videos, it might be up to 80 hours now. Or sign up for my newsletter, which is free, and we'll kick off soon. But will these streams stay on YouTube for a while? That's the plan right now. I can't guarantee that they'll stay there, but that's the plan right now. I will consult some YouTube strategists to see if that makes sense, but I think I'll leave them up. All right, so let's take some notes first. So like I mentioned, I did do an Elliott MP3 before I got going today. Yesterday was very rushed. Today was a little bit rushed, but a little less so. So somebody asked yesterday about my pregame routine, and I can't really show you my pregame routine because it involves a lot of like, it involves a lot of like sitting around in silence. So you probably don't want to watch that. But one thing I do is kind of set goals for my session. So despite the fact that I have it on, where did it go? Right here on one of my post-its, I want to play with power and focus today. I want to give Jungle credit for finding tough plays. And in other words, that means I want to be more focused on GTO defense bluffs than usual. I'm usually trying to go very exploitative, especially on river. And some spots like trying to fold 80% rather than 50, and other spots trying to fold 20% instead of 50, and then in some spots, you know, bluffing half the time or 60% of the time instead of 33, and sometimes bluffing 10% of the time. But against Jungle, it seems that he's really strong at, and really surprisingly strong for PLO not being his main focus, at his understanding of optimal play in a lot of these spots and his willingness. I think actually a lot of the players have a rough understanding of it, but it's their willingness to go for it that I think, or like basically, I think a lot of times people talk themselves out of optimal play because it's like, well, yeah, this is low in my range and a good blocker and I should bluff with it, but I might win. And they find an excuse to make the safer play. Is usually what happens. And sometimes people find the excuse to make the play that makes them more likely to win the pot, so more call-y or more bluffy. But I feel like probably 80% of opponents, well, 80% of players, I should say, find the excuse that makes them, you know, more foldy or less bluffy. And then 20% find the excuse that makes them more bluffy and more call-y. And obviously there can be mix and match situations there. But it seems that Jungle is he's finding those and kind of trying to approximate GTO, I think. And he's doing pretty well. Okay, so I have to give him credit for those, which means I'm more focused on GTO defense bluffs than I usually am. Power, as I've talked about before, is basically what I just talked about Jungle doing. It's executing on I can't multitask, so I have to type before talking. Executing on the best play possible every hand. So no hands off. High intensity is another way to put it. I like the word power for that, but intensity would be the closest synonym that I can think of. Um, and then I want to, this may sound like a silly one, but I'd like to relax and have fun. I love playing heads up PLO. Jungleman's a really fun opponent, and I'm streaming, so I just want to relax and have fun. I want to. So one thing I thought about doing today to improve my what am I trying to say? Well, to improve my performance today was to figure out how to. And I mean, I don't have time now, but set up like a some kind of like royalty-free lo-fi music in the background and speak a little bit less, because what happens is, like, I think probably I would do better if I would do better if I didn't speak, but that'd be a terrible stream. And so I want to strike the balance of, I think I have too much of a tendency to want to fill the dead air a little bit too often. And so I would rather, like, so let's say like I've raised the button on both tables and Jungleman's called on one and I have like an easy c-bet decision on the other. Yesterday I would look to chat and be like, okay, well, nothing's going on here that I can talk about. So what should I do? And I think I need to just chill a little. And I would also be like, well, raising the button with 7-6-5-4 is standard, but you guys don't need to hear me talk about raising the button with my hand. So I'd like to, if you want to throw on some music alongside me today, maybe tomorrow I'll figure it out in time. But if you want to throw on some music, then do so. And I'm going to try to, I mean, I'm probably going to fail at this, but I'm going to try to, actually don't say try to, just do. Talk about interesting spots, not every spot. And then don't try to fill dead air. Which, I mean, don't worry, I still will be talking a lot, but this is from, like, I overdo it. So I think these are my goals for today. And sometimes I would write goals such as, turn c-bet, more bluff heavy. But the problem with writing these goals is that Jungleman's going to see this, and so it kind of defeats the purpose. So I'm not going to do those today. And actually, I don't have very strong reads on jungle where I'd be making big deviations. All right, so we've got 10 minutes before the session. Look at a couple of these while I play some vision streak. I want to look at flop play, single raise pot out of position today. So I think my play was a little bit off. Normand, actually, maybe I can cover. Hang on. Let's do it this way. It's not going to work well. I wanted you guys to see a little bit. So Norman says, hey, Phil, can you talk about the pros and cons of experience of streaming your heads up sessions versus being by yourself on personal and professional level? Could you actually, I might not get it in time, but could you expand on that a little bit? Because I don't, like, on a personal level, I play worse. I'm a little bit less relaxed, but I do enjoy streaming. I do enjoy talking about, like, I especially enjoy streaming like 6-max PLO where I have a lot more downtime and I can talk to you guys. Heads up, I don't enjoy quite as much. But I don't know what you mean by on a professional level. Is there a side bet on this challenge? We haven't figured out the side bet. So when we talked about it 3 years ago, a little over 3 years ago, I said we'd figure out the amounts, but something like 50K side bet. And then recently when I talked about it this last year, Jungle's like, well, you need to give me odds because blah, blah, blah. And I was like, we said it would be 1-to-1 and you can't change the odds just because since we made the bet, I've shown that I know how to play heads up PLO. And he kind of disagreed and we kind of keep having the same conversation over and over again. And eventually I was just like, all right, I can tell you don't want to, like, we're not going to agree on this side bet. So let's just make it something like small and sillier. And we haven't decided what that is. We're probably over the course of the next, yesterday and these next 2 days, going to play somewhere around 2,000 of the 7,500 hands. So we can still pick a side bet that's not too substantial after then. Five card PLO, I just haven't played very much. All right. So 2 for 2 here. Basically, yesterday I didn't find enough check raises. So, like on all these boards, you could see even on ace 10 deuce, there's 10% check raise. I feel like I was 4% check raise across all boards. And like on this board, this is not a check raise, I think, but there's going to be an even higher. No, 6%. Low pair boards, maybe higher. This one's 10. So I want to see if like what the check raises are that I'm missing. So like I would never consider check raising this. Check raise is 29%. I don't even understand. So I wouldn't want to do that, but I would find these. Single heart I wouldn't have found. That's interesting. I mean, it's okay to have a more simplified system than a solver would. So like I wouldn't have found these either. If I had hearts, I would always just call. So hearts with spades, the hearts being high, king high, mostly raises. I missed a Jungleman tweet. Let's see if I can find it. Oh, it's a video. Well, unfortunately, I can't play that while you guys can listen to it. Very good video. I guess go to his Twitter and watch it. That's a really good tweet. Anyways, go check out Jungleman's tweet and ignore me for a minute. Charlie says, for me, good to see you again here, Charlie, by the way. I find myself talking, my game hugely diminishes. Oh, if I find myself thinking about talking, my game, yeah. Yeah, I agree. So just say what comes to mind. That's good advice. Okay, so this is a raise. I am not surprised at all that this is a raise sometimes. I'm surprised it's a pure raise, so I need to find that. Yes, thank you very much. So this against a small bet, I would continue, but not against half pot. Yeah, so that's good advice. Okay, a little too tight. So I need to, yeah, my talking strategy needs to be kind of just pretend I'm talking to myself, but don't think about what's coming out of my mouth. That's good advice. He said, LOL, Jungle tried to stream it. His mic wasn't working. He gave up after 5 minutes. If I talk because I want to and feel excited, interested by it, it's usually neutral or plus EV. Okay. Thank you very much, Charlie. That makes total sense. It's good advice. I don't know if I'm capable of. So here's the thing. I think that throughout my like in regular life, I think a lot about what I say. I don't think I'm capable of talking without thinking, but I still understand the sentiment, and I think I can inch towards that a little bit more. Call. So we found a couple of non-raises so far. I need to. Okay, I wasn't sure about that. Single heart we call, but with no suit at all. And then backdoor flush draw we call, but no heart, no spade. We fold. Not shocked. I think this is a fold. All right, so I need to find the raises today. All right, that's enough for now because we're going to get going in a few minutes here. Let's get the setup going. Just responding to some tweets, which is another thing I probably shouldn't do. All right, we're going to close Twitter. and openwcp.com. Can you guys keep me posted on what, like, is Jungle going to tweet? Or, sorry, going to stream? Or has he given up? Let me know if you see when he does. I will say, because I'd like to put his stream up, but I will say, by the way, it's pretty challenging. Oh, so mods, if you see his stream, please link it to me here. If you, what am I trying to say? Yeah, if you see him streaming, let me know. There's someone sitting at 1020 deep. Is that him? Or are we going to have to fight this person for the tables? It's kind of annoying. So we could sit at regular, I guess. Whoa. We're going to switch to two table view. Are these about the same size? Can never tell because, no, they're not at all. Thanks for your patience. So this is what I'm like concerned about the dead air right now while I make the tables even. All right, now we wait. Hopefully I'll remember to go back. Chris, thank you very much for the kind words. I appreciate that. Yes, the making the side bet decision is risky, but it's not going to be a big side bet basically. Landon, yes, Vision is similar to GTO Wizard. Vision is PLO only, and GTO Wizard is no limit hold'em only. You lost me, Flying Ape, but good to see you again. Yeah, I mean, I think this is one of the things, like, Jungle keeps telling me that we've had so much trouble scheduling because he has so many obligations. But by obligations, he means like half of them are games that he wants to play. Um, and I mean, yeah, unfortunately, to commit to anything, you have to make sacrifice. And that's why, I mean, my poker career has been like, I've just been playing these challenges because with my business, like with running my business, I have obligations and I can't, it becomes hard to just be a full time play whenever a game is available kind of poker player when I'm also running a business. Um, but, well, actually, honestly, it's hard. It's that and having a family now, having a son. If you win, can you run a raffle where 100 people can buy your PLO course for $100 only? I think that would be pretty costly for me. I think I can't do quite that, but I understand the sentiment. But yeah, as Faces says, from the ground up is an excellent course for, I think the PLO from the ground up is 150 bucks. So yeah, PLO from the ground up. Oh, well, I'm logged in. Yeah, 150. No limit from the ground up. This is the, I mean, this is the best course to buy on Run It Once for the money, by far. It's $49. It comes with a free month of Essential, which is $25 in value. And the reason that I can say that so confidently is we intentionally underpriced this because we wanted to get people in the door. So that's the hot tip, the insider tip. If you're looking for a course, a no limit course, that's the place to go. Yeah, we have from the ground up in a lot of these, and then we have Elliott Rowe Masterclass. This is actually new. So this course is we've changed the top nav, and I only noticed it yesterday. That's cool. Good job, team. I assume we still have the courses page where it lists all of them. Yeah. All right. Enough promotion. I was just trying to answer that question, honestly. I won 10K after the crossbook. Good question. Yes, I did. Is he really going to sit right next to me? I mean, it's fine, but it's just less good for the video, I feel like. Hopefully he sits on the same table on both, or the same seat on both tables, but that didn't happen yesterday. Jungle stream. All right. So the reason I put, whoops, don't do that. The reason I put headphones on is because I wanted to have this on and I didn't want it to be bugging you all. All right. I think we are, no, I think we're good to go. The link didn't work though. I'll just have to look. Yeah, Dan, see that link didn't work for me. Not sure if I'm doing something wrong. Switch to the two table view. I tried to make the crossbook more clear, so you can see here below tables, and I put it in the title. Let me know. I might not see it, so you might have to tell me a couple times, or maybe one of our mods can summarize it and text me or WhatsApp me. But would you rather see this two table view or a four table view where I either have both the replayers up or the replayer and chat, which I probably won't be seeing much of? You guys have different ones, but okay, this is where I need to start focusing on poker. But I'm gonna pull the Jungleman stream up. So let me know. I'm going with two tables for now. Just want to see if he's sitting somewhere else. Okay. We've got his stream on. Would probably be fun, I would assume, for you guys to have both of them up, but make sure to come back to mine at the end because I'm going to stick around after and do some reviewing. He, I believe, is not. It's kind of a weird spot. All right, same table on both. That's good. I should put his stream somewhere that I don't have to turn my head all the way over here. like this. Okay. Interesting river spot. All right. Remember, I'm going to focus more, guys. Reminding myself. Fold. This is a board you have to kind of push to find some calls on, but I think my hand's not a call. I wouldn't be shocked if it was. I know I'm looking to find raises. I don't think this is a raise. Wayne, good to see you. Thank you. The good news today is Jungle will be as distracted as I am by the stream, maybe even slightly more. This is a weird spot. So many non-nut outs. I don't think I lead on the ace with like basically if I lead some hands, this would be a pretty good one, but I don't think I should have a lot of leads on the ace. So here I think I don't want to have. I mean, he should just be potting. I don't like the sizing. He's repping a 6. I don't want to have spades, I think. I could go small or pot here. I don't really like checking. So this is a message to the mods. As I'm making an effort to not stare at not stare at the chat as much while I'm playing. If there is something that is going wrong, message me privately, so I'll see it. I don't know what would go wrong, but I just have that kind of paranoia. Interesting flop. Interesting spot here. There's so many single blocker hands. I mean, I think this is a call, but it's close. I don't like raising my hand here. In position, use my positional advantage. Hit the ace queen here. Like, this is a perfect example of a spot that I think against most people they would underbluff, but I have to give Jungle the credit. Easy call again. I think. Yeah, it is. On a rainbow board. Gonna have an easy decision on the river. A lot of straights got there. This could go either way because on the one hand, it's hard for me to have air when I call twice and the 8 hits on a rainbow board. On the other, he's going to have a lot of hands with a straight blocker, like 2 pair plus straight blocker. He basically always has 2 pair plus straight blocker or set plus straight blocker. And so it depends on how he looks at it. If he looks at it from a perspective of, oh, I have great blockers and a good hand, I need to call. Or if he hand reads and says, Phil's going to have to dig really deep to find the bluffs here, and I don't know if he's capable of it. Because, and I wouldn't take that as an insult to me because it's just really hard for everybody to find the bluffs there. You need to turn a lot of 2 pair into a bluff. Texting with Jungle. All right, we agreed. He's like, basically we both decided it's too hard to play and watch, so we're just not going to watch each other's streams and we're not going to text each other what our hands are. It's close, but actually this is probably a better check call. Did he check back a king high, queen high flush draw, or is he raising like a 9 high flush? I blocked that, but jack high flush. It's kind of close. So on the turn, I have 2 sizings, pot and half pot, and the overfull is mostly goes in my potting range, not exclusively, because then you can be attacked. Your smaller range can be attacked, but because when I block 2 jacks, it's going to be hard for him to call without a 5 or an overpair, regardless of the size that I bet. So, yeah, might as well make it big. Make a big pot. That's annoying. Call. Weird spot here. What do I want to do? Double flush draw. I think I gotta be careful. I mean, we're gonna find a new table. It's annoying. I probably have the best hand here, but I think it's a little too thin. That's it. He's always checking 6-7. He doesn't have 6 deuce. He has some ace deuce. Sets, he's always checking. I think it's a check. I think it's very close. Few. I'm gonna sit at the deeper table now. Jungle's asking for a link to my stream. I thought we just said we're not gonna watch. I mean, I guess it's not the worst if he watches, but because it is like I just tried, it's very hard. Hmm. King X of diamonds actually makes a ton of sense for the way he played his hand, like King 3 of diamonds or King King with diamonds. cool. He's not, but he's tweeting about it. It's a little slow right now. Oh, he had the stream working, but now it's not. This is close call. Check and probably lose. Cool. I don't know why. I guess I don't know why I thought that actually. It's because I'm not paying attention. I'm looking at Twitter. Actually, on that, so sometimes what happens when people bluff a turn like when people bluff a turn and a couple of straights get there, they tend to keep bluffing a lot or have made something. But a new straight didn't. I mean, ace five got there, but 5-6 wasn't there. And if he made ace five, he would keep betting. So it's actually not a spot where like his full value range probably keeps betting. So usually when he checks, he's giving up. Jungle wants me to tag him in an Instagram story, which I forgot to do again, which is my fault. I think Jungle has social media people and I don't. So, weird. That's bizarre. I'm gonna call. Not much makes sense there. Again, I could talk about that more in the 2-hour private stream, but unfortunately, I'm sending out another story. Okay, not my best story ever. I just kind of repurposed the last one, but it's gonna have to do. Check calls flop. So 4-5, 7-5, 4-6, 7-6. Some like 8-6. He had a lot of hands he could turn into a bluff, but he can also value bets. A lot of flushes very comfortably, I think. Maybe not like jack high flushes are worse because I was kind of repping a flush on the flop. I'll look him up. I mean, that's kind of the same. I didn't totally expect that hand to bet though. Interesting. Actually, that's actually a really good raise spot. All right, I need to focus. The reason it's a really good raise spot is that he's going to check raise 4 almost always, I think. So, and like I check back some weak 4x, and then I always check it back on the turn. So I rep it very well. He's usually like, I'm not saying he's over bluffing here, but when he's value betting, he's usually going to have like queens or jacks. don't have to bet this one on the right. I think it's very like on a rainbow board, you have to. When two straights get there, I have weird side, but I go with three quarters, and it includes some hand like this. Some includes some hands like this. I don't believe I get to value bet river if I don't improve though. Yeah, these aren't heads up tables. Um, Flying ape. These are six max tables because WSOP only has heads up tables at 100, 200 where I played my they generally they didn't have heads up tables and they put them there for my match against Chance Corneth and they've just kind of kept them there. Ace 10 with a heart makes some sense. Go for the two street here on the turn once I like when you have a diamond, you need to mix your you have to mix it up between starting your bet on the flop, basically all lines. So like bet, 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 check, bet, check, check, bet. Usually, especially on a board like that, I don't know how to put this. When you want to rep a flush, you want to put two bets in, generally speaking. It's almost a three bet. Maybe it is, but I didn't go for it. And here in the limp pot, it's kind of interesting. I feel like he's, I don't know. On these boards, flush plus board pair, I tend to use pot as my only sizing and only bet boats and bluffs, of course. As a simplified strategy, I find it a really easy strategy to execute. It keeps your checking ranges well protected, gives you a lot of river playability, etc. Yeah, at a straight. I don't like that call from him because I'm not repping. Basically, I'm repping a flush or a full house, and he doesn't block any of those. So I don't think it's a good. And generally, when I've checked down to the river and the board doesn't change materially, I go with half pot. Not always, and especially once I get a read on an opponent that he's kind of letting me use a larger sizing. But and this is an example where I can rep a 10 like I am and go with pot because the board did change. But basically, otherwise, what happens is you heavily incentivize them going for check raises on the river because when you put in a full pot size bet really frequently, they just a lot of their hands perform better going for the river check raise. Jungle might try to rep this. He loves to do stuff like this, I think. That's my read on him. And when he's repping only the nuts, I mean, I could just call, but I'm going to click back because it's free. Just had the nuts that he was representing. Close on the left as to whether I want to c-bet this or not. Now I definitely want to bet the turn. With a single heart, I start betting tens over here as like future blockers. But with no hearts, it's just too weak, I think. You want to be careful about just betting a lot of stuff without any board interaction. So my, how do I put it? My general rule, sneezy check, for my general rule, how do I want to play this? Half pot or pot is what I was deciding between. Basically, my general rule for like the way to look at putting in c bets is this a hand that is going to be able to, at a reasonable frequency, put bets in across multiple streets. And it doesn't have to mean for value. It could mean as a bluff. But so the example I gave of 10-10 there with no heart, if there's a heart on the board, I'm not gonna be putting in bets kind of at any point. So basically, and if I brick the turn, I'm not gonna be putting in bets. So I only am putting in bets with tens there. Like I never put in bets for value essentially, and I only put in bets if I turn nut straight blockers. And so that's gonna happen and without it being a heart. So it doesn't happen that frequently. And obviously, this is a general rule. It's not the one and only way to view the situation. No, it's a weird sizing. Yeah, that makes sense. Because like he should pot there. He's representing boats, but he had the kind of one of two hands that is not a boat that would play that way. Um, so 8-9 and queen-9 were the only value hands that I thought made sense for that sizing. So I don't raise turn here because the board's too draw heavy, and basically like his continuing range has pretty good equity and playability because he can lead rivers into me, and now I have to decide if I think he has a flush or not. I don't block it. He's repping a flush. I don't block any diamonds. So in theory, I think this is a fold. I don't block any ace or queen, which makes it more. So in theory, this is a fold. Like he'll bluff with king jack 10 with a diamond. He needs to have two clubs. I don't have clubs, which is good. So it's pretty close, I think. I'm gonna go with fold. It's pretty close. Bet check bet here, which is interesting. Could obviously raise, but I think I don't rep it very well. I'm just gonna call. A lot of people lead turn cards like this or like lead board pairs for a tiny fraction of the pot. I think that's, I mean, it's solver approved for sure, but I just think it doesn't work out great in practice. I just think it's going to be hard for him to call with a lot of hands. I mean, he would have called with that, but he put the bet in himself. If I'd have unblocked the jack, it actually, like, if I had queen 10 8, then it becomes a better bet. Although, actually, he's not going to have a jack. I don't know. Definitely brain's a little slower than I'd like today. I could obviously pop my hand. I just thought it would perform better this way. And I think, again, I need to keep in mind that he's a pretty good opponent. To check some of those hands against. Here, like, I'm not repping straights. I'm repping two pair. And so I want to be blocking in sets. So I want to be blocking pairs. A very general rule for play in check down pots specifically, but in a lot of pots, but mostly in check down pots, is that in position, you mostly want to bluff the bottom of your range. And out of position, you mostly want to bluff the best blockers. I was trying to find more check raises, but this is an okay one. I'm not entirely sure. I'm going to go for the check raise. Because he plays 7-7, 6-6 this way. He also plays 10-9 this way, and then some potential bluffs. And like 10-9-7 makes pretty good calling hand. Could start bluffing on the turn here on the left because I'm really low in my range, but I don't know. I'm probably going to bluff river if check too, but it's kind of tough because like with an ace or a king or a nine, he's got good boat blockers. GDO asking about the 10-10-6-3 turn call. No, that's a. I'm almost positive that's a call. Open ender plus flush draw plus. I mean, not very helpful pair, but pair nonetheless. Weird spot here. I guess it's a fold. If you guys have any ideas for what I could put beneath, where is it? Up here. I have the crossbook 10x stakes, but I think people are still uncertain about. I see the question a lot. So if there's something, I put it in the title too. If you have a suggestion for what I could put to make it more clear, let me know. Left's a clear check. Chop it up. I think it gets a little too thin. I could small bet, but I'm not sure. Yeah, because he's repping kings up and sets. He'll have some straights. I used to go pot and small here, and now I go with this sizing. And now, oh, I think I check. Because, like, he has to bluff if he doesn't beat an ace. But, I mean, the problem is he beats an ace a lot, but he has to bluff if he doesn't beat an ace, and he's going to have a lot of, like, he probably value bets this, like, 6-7, maybe value bets the wheel. If he has the straight flush, he's got me. We're not putting in the rest. It's a spot where I can definitely have, the ace of diamonds bluffs. Yeah. Standard play from him all around. I think my hand had a lot of options, but his kind of doesn't. He has to play it that way, more or less. So just cooler for him. I'm going to check one more time. I could bet turn. He's repping ace king or any jack. I mean, I'm not going to call ace high. I mean, it's not that thin of a raise, but you have to be careful. Like it depends. If people start having a limp raise range, then you have to be careful. But until that point, you can chill out a little bit. Hmm. This is interesting. Like, do I want to bet small? Do I want to bet big? Do I want to check call or not check call? Do I want to check fold or check raise? Just a six makes sense. I think I had a lot of options with that hand on all streets. A little bit too much going on here to check, even though all my outs are not very thrilling. Hmm. This is thin, but blocking the seven, having a spade, having a nut gut shot, I think it becomes okay. And now we have bluff. I think I like small betting actually. Hmm, close. Yeah, I'm repping kind of that. So right table, got a call against half pot. Against, I think against 2/3, I think it's probably just a fold. Like 3/4 is probably a fold. Left table, I'm just gonna slow play here. I think like he's not gonna have a lot of great hands on this board, so I want to let him bluff. Obviously, it's not a great turn for me. And here, I think I just want to rip it in. The board's too draw heavy. He's gonna have some outs, including like bluffs like Jack Jack with hearts, and I don't want to. Like I do want to induce the river bluff, but I don't want to let him realize that equity when the pot's so big already. Left table, I was trying to decide if I want to go for a check raise or a bet, and I decided I wanted to bet. I have a lot of 6-3 and 5-6 and like 4x that I want to bluff, so I think he can put me on a lot of bluffs. He called with. Is this gonna work? No, it's not. He had deuce. Okay, I think people. Okay, people are unfamiliar with what cross bet means. Yeah, that makes sense. Or crossbook means. Um, yeah. I wonder what's a way to put it that is more clear. This feels kind of close against the way that I assume he's playing. If I had any checks, this would be a pretty decent checking hand, but I don't have any checks. Actually, I guess it could go into my potting range as a pot fold. Okay, you're suggesting real stakes. That's a good suggestion. Faces. All right, so I'll wait till I'm not in any pots, and I'll wait to see a few more comments come in, and maybe I'll change it to say real stakes or something similar. Um, I think this is supposed to be a bet. I haven't paid close enough attention. This is a spot where like people checking flop are going to very often have like very low fold or very high fold frequencies. I haven't been paying enough attention to which he is. Offsuit jack, I might keep bluffing, but here I give up. And he's going to check range on the river, I think. He might bet bluffs. That's interesting. He might bet bluffs and he might bet 5-6. I kind of want to bluff. I don't think he's going to believe me, but God, I feel like he's bluffing. 5-6 makes sense. Under full does not make sense. He's check raising all full houses. I mean, how does he have a value hand? He just has ace 5. Maybe he just has ace 5. I hate my timing though. I mean, at this point, it's tough to bluff raise. I think I like a bluff raise there, but less slow. Because what is he? He can't have a full house. Can he? I mean, if anyone's capable, it's the jungle. My blockers were obviously terrible. I can't bluff raise every time. But yeah, I think I should have gone for it. I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I probably should have gone for that. Left table. I think I need a call. I only beat a bluff, but I block a lot of full houses. I think he's reasonably likely to, like, he's going to put me on a lot of queen jack 10 type stuff. So I think he's going to bluff this river at a high frequency. He might go smaller with a bet, with a bluff, but I don't know. Okay, that makes sense. 20 equals 100, 200 real stakes. Yeah. This is close. Eights could win at showdown. I know. Like, this may or may not be a solver bluff. I don't know. Don't think I can call. Let's call in a limped pot. Okay, so real stakes. Let's see if that helps people. Oh no. That's what I deserve. All right. Let's focus. Don't always bet all your nut flushes, but you have to basically focus on the side cards. I don't have a queen, I don't have a 10, I don't have a king, I don't have a jack, I don't have a 9. So, like betting it. I think I have to call. He's repping a full house. He might actually have some like 10 eye flushes though. I think I want to call here. 7 eye flush. Good bet. I'm trying to decide if I want to raise. I don't think so. I could. Makes sense. Jungle, so he throws me off a little bit because, I mean, it shouldn't, but he just doesn't use pot very often. He's usually using like 80% pot and 75% pot. So I get confused. Interesting, interesting. Definitely can't value bet now on the jack. Okay, so there he had ace king, and here he had, what did he have? Oh, the low straight with the flush draw. Okay. This up says, just right. When I inevitably win, Jungleman pays me 10x. I like that. We'll go for the value bet here. I wouldn't be shocked if this becomes a check raise sometimes, but I don't think it certainly doesn't need to. Okay. He can do this with ace X of spades. There are a lot of value hands that can do this. Bluffs will be 8-4. Like, it's actually hard to come up with all the bluffs here. King of spades 8, king of spades 4. I don't know. I'm going to fold. I mean, I'm going to call down here, obviously. The quick check river, you probably had ace king or something. No, just bluff. But I like his bluff. It's a good hand for it. I go for the raise here with the king of spades. It's important to attack in limp pots on these high boards, some like thinner than you think for value and as a bluff, because they just don't have the strength of hands that they have in their raising range. Not expect him to bet this flop at a high frequency. My hand's pretty iffy, but I think on the rainbow board I call. Do I? No, there are actually not a lot of great turns for me. I think I fold. Beautiful pre-flop hand. I mean, I don't think I could fold. There's a small chance he's betting the same hand. I think probably not. But obviously he can bluff as well. I see bet range for third pot on these boards. And then with the queen high flush, if no high flush turns, I'm going to check turn and probably bet river. Could also small, small, small actually works pretty nicely. Because the problem with checking is he kind of plays perfectly. I mean, it's supposed to be a check, I think. But basically, when I check, like with two backdoors I call here, when I check, he's going to bet his king and ace high flushes and check his lower flushes. And then now I have the weird spot of like, do I go for a check raise with a hand that's pretty thin check raise? Or do I just bet? Interesting. So he thinks it's going to be hard for me to call on this 6 turns, so he's deciding to slow play. Is that what's happening? Interesting, interesting, interesting. Both of these are interesting. Okay. I think I'm probably going to call on the left. On the right, I'm confused. Extra interesting. Why is he like, what is he repping? The 10 is a really good blocker for me. So the big question is, could he have like kings, which would be owning me? But I think I need to call with a 10 because I block that, his main value hand. Like, I think the 10 makes maybe a better call than than a 5. Although I'd pot a 5. I don't know. I think I'm okay with both of those calls. I don't have to bet 4s here, but I think I will. And then here, he's supposed to have potting range only. I'm just going to rip this in, I think. Am I? Yeah. I don't know if that's right or not, but it just plays pretty well. Could small bet, could check. I'm going to small bet. There are a lot of straight draws to protect against, and it's hard for him to do much about it. Like, you need to mix some flushes into your small betting range, of course. Hmm. So you do small bet some hands like this, I think, to fold out like 7x and even some very weak queen x, but I think jungle doesn't find those folds, so I don't like it. And really interesting to go large sizing with his delay c bet there. It's something to keep in mind for me. So at some point, there's going to be a break for Jungleman to set his stream back up. Apparently, it got messed up. Here's an example of what I talked about earlier. Yes, it's only one pair, but there are a lot of turns and rivers I keep betting. So good to start betting. Does anybody know a super easy way to, like, a quick way to add like, well, so I could add lo-fi music, but I'm gonna check raise on the right. I could do it, except I'm gonna check raise again. I know how to do it in a way that that also adds the beeps of the game, but I feel like that might be pretty annoying. So does anybody know a quick way to do that, to set that up to just play in OBS without the sounds of the game also playing? If so, let me know. I guess I could just blast it from my phone and the mic will pick it up. But I don't think that'll sound great. So here's another example, not a very good hand. Excuse me, but I keep betting, well, probably not 3-barrel on a deuce, but I can bet again on a deuce. Have the nuts on a 5, I have the nuts on a 6 effectively, and can bluff, probably not with 3 bets, but can bet check bet on spades or bet check. Unfortunately, I need to fold to the check raise. Hold on. Hang on. Talking to jungle. This is actually close to a value bet. I think it's a check. It's very close. Well, here's the thing. It's not close if he checks his full range on the river, but if he leads half his flushes, it's close. And probably a good bet. But I don't know how often he's leading flushes. Left, this is... I don't think this is a check raise. Did I raise this? I forget. Either way, I guess. I think it's just a call. But it wouldn't shock me if it was a check raise. This on the right is a check raise. I've talked about this before, where like I usually will pick nuts plus redraw to check raise and bet just nuts. I mean, ace 9, I think I have to call down, especially the 8 too. Like, I block sets. It's too bad. Yeah, the other sets. Could go for the check raise again on the river, but I think it's a little thin. So here he had 6-7 did not raise, which he could have. Here he had 4-4, which is kind of what I feared. But there's no folding my hand. Now we have the different view, or rather the different explanation of the stakes in that one. So this is just essentially an out of position equity denial bet. I wouldn't do it in position, but I think out of position it works pretty well. Like even it makes him fold some try 9-3, or should. I don't know if it does. This is like I usually pot on this turn, but this doesn't want to pot. It wants to half pot, so I go for it. Would definitely keep betting on an offsuit 7, but on this card, I don't. I mean, I can't. Excuse me. Close on the turn. I'm gonna check, I guess. Actually, I think I would have liked to see myself bet. Show this down. The reason I'd like to see myself bet is that, like, I blast off here with the ace and the 9. How do I show you guys? I'll just go back to this for a second. The reason I'd like to see myself bet on this turn on the bottom is that, like, a heuristic that I like to use is if you can call a check raise, you should almost always bet these spots. And in this case, I can. It's not perfect. It's not what the solver would always do, but it's a pretty good rule of thumb. I decided to check this flop to like check call and bluff later. Like maybe check call flop, check raise turn or something. And now I'm just trying to get to showdown. I think actually he's going to have a lot of like 10x or queen, queen, king, king. Yeah. Betting flop is good for forcing out hands like that, but or betting turn for that matter. But I don't know. So I'm actually going to check again on the left despite turning more outs because I can value bet when I river straights like this, but I can't. Once I bet turn, if I river a straight, I can't bet again. So I think like single diamond hands with some outs, but that like aren't as exciting to value bet like this. I don't know. He's going half pot, which is bizarre. I'm just calling with top 2 and the nut gut shot. Yeah, jacks with a diamond. Makes sense. He blocks rivered straights and blocks flushes. With no spade in my hand, this is just a fold. It's pretty tough for him to have like a hand that is not a straight or a flush here. It's possible, of course, but it's pretty hard. Okay, application audio capture as a new device for OBS. Interesting. Jay was saying, better to test off stream. Getting the levels right can be tedious. That makes a lot of sense. A lot of you saying I could just put on my own music, which I agree. Go for it. So the funny thing on the right here, this is supposed to be a pot in theory, but I don't want him to fold, so I'm gonna X-blow half pot. And then here on the left, it's kind of a dicey spot because he probably has an ace by now. I'm gonna go small. I don't know. Weird spots all around. These are both weird spots. And then on the right, do I want to raise or call? What he should do is check raise ace ace. I think I have to jam ace ace. Yeah, I have to jam. He's gonna have like shoveled in the money on the flop with a lot of ace ace combos by now, or by then. Sorry. So I think I usually have the best hand. Um, so Jungleman wants to take an extended break. Let me think. I'm actually gonna go small bet, three bet here. And then check raise river. Or small bet, three bet river. I think check raise. Break it. I'm just trying to do the math because I have meetings in the afternoon. Break at 11:30, and then continue after. I mean, it's kind of tight. Bet check bet here. He does rep a lot of 3x. But he bets so small on the flop, I kind of don't believe him. Ace, why did he bet so small? Ace six, I don't think he bet small with the three. I just don't believe it. So ace like 7-6-5 with spades. I don't want to. I want to see it. Okay, he did. If ace three, queen jack, weird. Okay, nice hand. Running better today. He had a 10 with hearts and a deuce for that matter. So very good calling hand for him. I'm going to go with check with a relatively weak 5. I think Jungle seems like the type to bet big after that, but here he is betting small. I think I want to just call, and then we'll figure it out in the river. King King would always bet small, I think, if he has it. He's not going to bet big on the turn with King King, so I do have to worry about that. Queen's not, he's not going to have. Against that, it's actually pretty disappointing to see that bet size because he's repping better than my hand now. Whereas if he's small bet, he could just have aces. Low pair, but wow, Jack 9, Ace Jack, King King. Bluffs are just going to be like ace, low, low, low. I'm going to call, and I'm not sure how I feel about it. Yeah. I just think I can't, like 5+ jack is definitely not a fold in theory, and I think he's too good to fold that against, but um, I don't know. I don't like any option here. It's hard to get paid. I guess pot gets called by flushes. Um, it's just hard for me to have air. But I okay. He had a 9, so that was my opportunity. I think like against a 9. Small bet's pretty good because it never folds and raises sometimes, but he might have raised against pot though. Might check one more time and then raise river. Right. Then I bet half pot. If he raises, do I 3 bet or do I call? Because he would raise probably king high flush or ace high flush. Interesting one. Um, Blocking all of these high pairs, I wanted to target like his just, you know, ace 10 3 3 double suited, not these suits. And now we have a check. And over here we have a check, I think. And interesting. So I lose to 10 8, queen 10, but he would bet those. Ace ace, probably small bets. I don't know. This is close on the right. Might have preferred checking, and now he doesn't have 8 9. How often does he have 7 6 or 5 4 in his 3 betting range? 7 4 6 4 5 4. He doesn't have 5 4 on the turn. So 7 4 6 4 3 4. Not very often, so I think I can just go for this. 7 4. Okay. But I think it's got to be a clear value bet on the river. Getting there that way. I think the turn bet's kind of iffy. I think I kind of like checking a little better. Hmm. Just talking to Jungle about. His proposed break. I already forget what sizing I was using on these boards. What was I doing yesterday? I don't remember. I'm actually gonna make a thin bet here. Sorry, talking to Jungle. All right. This is a bet. No out. Seems like a check. All right, so 7x, not great to block because we want him to fold 7x. So I'm just going to realize my equity here. And it's a pretty good bet check bet hand as well. The queen, not thrilling. uh, Very standard fold. I've like the worst calling hand ever, blocking 5-5-4, which are all the bluffs I would want him to have. Is this a check raise? I don't know. I know I was looking for more check raises, but half pot is interesting. Last time he had like a, well, no, last time he went smaller. This is a, yeah, the concern is 5x, but we lose a big bet from 5x kind of either way. I think ace 10 is a pretty good big bet there. So we have a 3 and an 8. I really dislike that. Like, the problem is he could have kings playing this way. That is in theory. Theory, I think this is a close call. I just have like basically any time that there's a more than 10% chance they have kings here, it starts to make this worse. Like it tilts it from a call to a fold, I think. So gonna make the nitty fold. Oh wow, there are some 25-50 tables actually running. That never happens. Okay. Now pot's the only size. Well, shouldn't be the only sizing actually. Hang on, because I could represent the 8 high straight. Now let's just pot. All right. Single spade. I don't think having straight cards is good. I think just like I want some of my backdoor random stuff is what I want to use there. Is this a raise? Maybe. Obviously, a very nice flop over here. think he's gonna raise a bet here, unfortunately. I think like queen jack could consider small betting here, or ace queen, but not queen 8. So he's repping jack 10 or king x. Obviously some boats in there. Excuse me. I don't really think my blockers are great one way or the other. Eight's not great. I'm not sure. Here we'll start with a call and likely be bluffing later. Probably check and bluff river on most runouts. Do we want to bluff jack 8? I think so. So what missed? Ace queen and ace 10. What's he representing? He doesn't have the queen high. I guess he's representing like a 10 high flush, or he's representing a flush. It's going to be really hard for him to have a flush blocker that played this way that doesn't have a straight, because I have the queens. The 10 of spades is always going to have a straight. The ace of spades probably keeps betting the turn. The 8 of spades, like he's just going to have a straight. So I just don't, I think it's really hard to find enough bluffs there. No heart blocker, no ace blocker. Interesting turn spot on the right. You could check raise. I don't think this is a check raise in theory. And now, with this much getting there, I think I'm just going to go for the check call with my 9 high flush. When I block 10-9 as well. 10-9-5 for that matter. I actually think I lose more than half the time, but obviously calling. Cool. It's an unhappy check call. NC, yes, they are the bows. NC 700s. I like them a lot. Close as to whether you can call with the jack high flush. Interesting turn spot on the right. Like, basically, I think a good X-blow play is to just do this and then check down. So that's what I'm going to do. Because once I check back, it's too risky to get value on the river, I think. Because you get check raised by a range of value and bluffs. But here, this kind of threatens like Like I can still have a nutted hand here, so it becomes a lot riskier to raise. Less risky to raise 8x, which is what he could do a fair amount, but riskier to raise like a nut flush. But now that I say all this, like blocking the 7, I feel like he has 8x. Um, the problem is with 8x, he's probably going to bet river whether he hits or not. And he's going to hit 25% of the time if he doesn't have it. So if he doesn't have it and he hits 25% of the time, if he already has it, it's 100% of the time. So depending on the mix of, well, one to the other. Like if he has it half the time on the turn, um, then he's going to have it 75% of the time on the river. And I can't call. See if my 3 can win. Probably not, but possibly. There we go. Interesting. I guess he was check raising turn. Mm, could bet, could check. Let's check. Same here. Mm, do I want to bluff the 7 or not? I mean, I think I'm supposed to. I have a lot of value bets. Like the important thing to keep in mind here is that I check so much aces up on the turn, and then I can value bet them all. So this is a spot where you really have to dig deep to find bluffs because you have so much value. Like ace 7, ace 6 basically always checks turn. A lot of ace king checks turn. And obviously a lot of ace 10. So I have a lot of river value to choose from. Six, like I'm repping 2 pair here. Some straights, like 2 pair sets, mostly sets actually. 2 pairs a little thin. It has to be like top 2. This is a pretty strong hand on this board in a limp pot, but you know. And now I'm actually going to go for a bet. I think it's going to be higher EV than checking. Yes, he's going to have a king a lot, but he's always going to bet a king, and I'm going to call, and I don't think he has air. So I'm not going to induce many bluffs. And I mean, I guess that means I should check fold, but I think it's okay to bet queen jack. A weaker queen I wouldn't have. As you could see, I'm proven right by the fact that he had queen jack. That's a joke, by the way. His holding doesn't prove me right or wrong. 3-bet on the right. On the left is close. I'm going to just call. I have to be more careful with 3-bets against him because he is limping. So more careful than I usually am. This is just a check. This is a board I think I only have a potting range. And so like kings and aces can pot in, but queens, no. Here I go for the raise. He's asking me if I bluffed him on a specific hand. I guess I check now. It's kind of close. I have so much equity, but against 8-6. What do I have? 15 ounce or something. 38% maybe. I'm just thinking Jungle seems like the type of guy that would bet 8-6 here and bet 10-10 here. Although 10-10 could call me. So I call and basically like there are no rivers I need to bluff. I think maybe a jack. And then I lead every river I hit. And if he has tens, then I'm sad. Right table's interesting. I think I just check back. Realize my equity. I get to value bet when I hit. But if I bet turn and then I hit, it gets too thin, I think. Especially if I bet big. Jungle was asking me what I had on the 9-3 deuce board where I had 9-9 deuce 3. It was 9-3 deuce ace 7. He had ace 7. I guess I'm just calling pot here. It's too bad. Kind of interesting. No, it's actually not that interesting. Hmm. And this spot's weird on the left. I think I'm supposed to check jam in theory. In practice, what do I want to do? I think I'd rather bet in practice. What does he have? I guess I hope it was king 3. Hmm. I'm maybe supposed to call on the right table. He's repping, well, he doesn't have boats. He's repping strong flushes that didn't bet. He, he goes kind of thin with like weak flushes. I'm going to call. And here, how does he have a bluff? 4-3. 4-3. Ace 10, 4, 5, 6. That's too many cards. It's pretty hard from net bluffs. It looks like I have what I have when I check river. I don't think he's betting a jack, though. I think he has too much value. I think he just has way too much value. Also, my queen and my 10 and my ace are bad. So he is evening the score a little bit. I was up to a few buy-ins, a few buy-in lead. But those pots did not go my way. Right table. I feel good about how I played them. It's just a fold. Weird spot here. I guess I check. It's supposed to be a check, but Jungle seems like a good person to bet turn against. Start with the check. Easy fold. This is close. I got myself in trouble with this hand yesterday, or a different variation of it. I'll go check call. Clear check. Clear check on the turn. Ben Malinovsky, how's it going? It's 17 outs against 8-6. Wow. This is definitely a raise. And then here is definitely a bet, right? Yeah. Uh, it's not the craziest check. Like, if I had a set, I would definitely check raise here. Set of kings. Try to get him bet two pair and stuff. Because, like, blocking the king means I block a lot of potential calls. But it also just, like, he can have king, king, and then and then it becomes too thin to check raise. Like, it makes it closer. So here, I think he's thinking about. Okay, that makes sense. Is he thinking about raising king, king? No, he's thinking about calling with something weak, I think. Like 10-9. I don't know. Who knows? Interesting. If we were regular stacks, I would not bet this, but since we're deep and he's not going to check raise, it becomes a pretty good bet. And now blocking, like he's going to have one pair so often, and I have a diamond. I think it's a very clear turn. Pot. And I'm potting a lot of two pair for value here because he just so often has one pair. This is unfortunately a fold with a gut shot and a 10 high flush draw, I think. When you're playing deep in 3-bet pots in position, you have a lot of flexibility. So you can call hands like Jack 7, 4, 3. So similarly, like at 100 big blinds, I would never bet this. These stacks, it's close. This is interesting. I think it's too thin. Is it? Yeah. It's an unfortunate river. Obviously could raise, but I think I want 6x to raise. I think that's better than 7. I don't have 9-7 because I bet flop. I do have a lot of 7-6 and 3-6. I do have 7-3. So 7-3 and 6x are my bluffing candidates. At this point, it's too late. I mean, I think it's not a. Is it 6x? I don't know. I give up here with the no four blocker or ace. Like the four is the key card, and the six with three spades is not very good. It's unfortunately a full. I mean, it's not an open either, but you know, you know. This is mm, mm, against quarter pot with the backdoor stuff. I think maybe I can call here. Reasonable. I mean, he has a six always, but he could have a jack as well. Not always. Of course, he can be bluffing. Could he have jacks? I guess it's possible. I don't think I can call. I think I could raise. I'm not going to. Sometimes I think it's a training video and I'm going to talk for 30 minutes about that, but I'm not going to. So I have to play poker. Either way here is okay. Referencing my pre-session guidelines, goals for the session. This is just to deny equity from his bluffs. And now he's got a lot of Jack X, a lot of Queen X, mostly Jack X and Queen X. I guess I'm gonna give this up with all my blockers. Okay. Ace, Queen, 3, 6. Pretty light. Pretty light. Check raise. Oh, he had the Ace of Clubs blocker. Never mind. I mean, it's best river in the deck for me. Do I pot or do I half pot? I think I'll go check call here. This feels a little thin to bat. Does it? Wow, does he have, I don't know. Maybe king, queen? Yeah. Cooler, cooler, cooler. Just usually he's going to raise queen, queen before then. I mean, I'm never thinking about folding. Here, I mean, this is supposed to be a call. But didn't have a great feeling about it, as you could see. Know why I feel like I have some recent. I have a feeling. Sometimes you have a feeling where I have recent regrets in the way I played hands, but I don't remember what they are. I guess maybe the no, I'm not that river call with an ace and a heart. I think it's just too standard. think this is a fold with all these straight draws. If it were king nine deuce, it would be a call. I think that one we can look up in Vision after the session, if I remember. Check, check. Henry Kilbane, good to see you in the chat. Left table's a check call. He's is half pot he's going with like 3 flop sizings. I'm not gonna read into them. Kind of interesting. Henry asked when Ben's jumping in. Ben says 3 more instances where Phil can't count, and I'm up next. It's supposed to be a call. It doesn't make a good river check call. Like, it makes a decent river check raise, but not a great check call. Problem is his value range is like ace king, maybe ace eight. Don't think he's bluffing enough in this spot. Even jungle. Let's make a nitty check back to just have some board coverage over here. Nothing to do but bet here, I think. Hero call from a 4. I think he probably needs to fold a turn. I mean, I get why he probably thought I was pretty bluff heavy on that board. Interesting. I think he has a check. I just can't, like, I'm not using my queen blockers effectively here by putting in the 1 street, so. I wonder what he was doing. Check raising or check calling? I guess check calling. Or maybe he would have decided based on my bet sizing. I'm called with a 9 over here. Standard. Hmm. I just continue. I mean, I could have a small bet range on this 3 turn, but I don't really think I'm supposed to. I think it just works out better to not have any bets. And then on this river, I'm going to check raise. Just hoping he has a flush, basically. Because, like, it's, I mean, actually, I guess he has a lot of, like, 8-8, but I think it's worth a try. 4-5. I think this is actually a fold. Not backdoor flush draw. It's probably a call. Go either way on the flop. King, queen. Eric asks, any idea who's up? Right now, I think I'm up 30K today and 10K yesterday. Here we're going to bet. Turn is not super pleasant. But I like betting again. It's a pretty good river betting hand, but I think a little too much showdown value. Could win against like 7-6 and stuff. Close. As I mentioned earlier in the stream, out of position, you go more blockery with your bluffs, in position more based on showdown value. So bluff your lowest showdown value hands. Gonna make the well, I don't know if this is non-standard, but basically you want to have some weak ace X that can then check turn and make two pair and I don't know, stuff. And this has the advantage of having the two outs to the nuts basically on the turn with the sevens. Have to call, but you know, probably don't be value, but you might have ace 5-4 or ace 9. Standard bluff from him with threes and yeah. This gets a little thin on the river just in that like he doesn't have to call many hands that are worse than mine. But I think it's okay. It's not good. I don't beat value. Maybe as ace king or ace queen, I guess. Okay. I mean, I had a clear value pot when check two. And so when I say not good, it's just that changed the, you know, changed from me thinking I very likely have the best hand to very often do not have the best hand. I don't know about this one. That's bad. And then here, it's pretty hard for him to call turn with one pair. So like I think I need to check. It's close though. It's definitely close. Here, check and I don't know what. Yeah, that's the kind of hand that we're trying to make fold the turn, and that's supposed to fold the turn, I believe, but oops. I forgot. I thought I 3-bet. This is probably not supposed to be a raise, but one of my goals today was to find more flop check raises. This is whatever. I don't even know if that's a good bet. And now, probably need to keep betting, turning all this equity. And if I get jammed on, I cry. That's my strategy. We'll bet here and bet fold. It's kind of supposed to be a barrel off. It's supposed to be a barrel off. I don't want to. Because, like, he's going to have a flush or 5x so often. And do I think he's folding them by the time I 3-barrel? Maybe. But he's never folding a flush or 5x on the turn. But this is actually, I talked about this at the top of the stream, that, like I said, 80% of players, 20% of players find excuses to bluff and call too much, and 80% of players find excuses to not do it enough. And that was a perfect example of me, like, being pretty sure that this is a barrel off in theory once I bet the flop, but making excuses to not do it because it's uncomfortable. And so while I think some of my excuses are somewhat reasonable, it's still like, yeah, that's exactly what I think a lot of people do poorly that I just did. Yeah, queen jack there. Pipped him. Here we obviously are raising. There are a few times where I've like super gone into the tank, and if he's been watching, I've been saying it's too late to raise. So just want him to see one of those value so that I can bluff raise later with it. Like I'm pretty sure it's a call, open ender plus flush draw, but 9 high flush draw is really unfortunate. Honestly, I'm a little rusty with defense ranges in this spot. I'm just not a little. I'm very rusty. I'm not folding a flush to the Jungleman, but he's obviously repping a better flush than mine. A pot or check raise. I'll check raise. And now I have terrible blockers, so I check. Left table. I don't know why I kind of don't believe him, but I can't call with ace queen high, I think. I guess I could. I don't expect a lot of king X flushes, sure, but I have a flush blocker. What do you have here? I mean, I'd love to call him with ace high and win, but I don't know. Okay, we'll check call. Hmm. So right table's a check. I'm trying to decide if I should check raise. Left table is a call. Six four gets there. A lot of stuff gets here. For some reason, I like my hands will fold in theory. For some reason, a little skeptical. Why am I skeptical? It's a clear bet on the right. Because he just bets like mergy stuff, and then I don't know. Weird spot on the right. I think I just pot. He's got to fold like, if he has king, king, queen, jack, he just has to fold. Here, no backdoors. This is a fold. And sometimes, I mean, it's rare, but sometimes he'll call me with the dominated hand there too. So like these hands are 3-bets, but when he's limping a lot, I'm not sure if they become non-3-bets. Well, this hand, I don't know if it is or not against like 85% open range, but I like raising this because it folds out some dry kings, and it gets called by like 10x, and then I have 6 nut outs on the turn. Now I check, I think. I think I have to bluff. And here, I guess I call. He's not supposed to bet that, I think. It's not unreasonable. When I raise 10-6 deuce rainbow, it's really hard for me to have worse than 2 pair on this run out. Is this a 4-bet or not? I don't know. So I'm glad to see that I went for that bluff. Take it down with a 4-bet, which is what we're hoping for. Again, I mean, I think he's a good candidate to 3-bet hands like this against, because he's just pretty aggressive on those lower boards. Ben asking if ace, jack, 10, 10 on. Thank you for including the board, Ben. No, I think it's not a bluff. It was a pretty, hang on. On the 4, I can pot my full, like anything, like king, king plus or ace, queen plus, I can pot. This is interesting. All right, hang on. No, only one bet in. Only one bet went in post flop. And it was a pretty small bet, so not a bluff, I think. Did I raise this or call? I don't remember. Tough spot here. Close spot, I guess. So betting small allows him potentially to raise 6, but obviously you've seen me already in this session do that with some big hands. So he had king 3. So Jungle is taking well, not a short break, a medium break. And he's going to resume. He's actually moving locations to get his stream set up. So if you're looking to catch Jungle on the street and rob him, now's a good time. He's going to be out and about. I'm going to continue the stream. So what we do remains to be seen. Probably we go over some of these hands, but I think I want to think a little bit about getting set up. I'm just talking to Jungle real quick. So a couple things. I want to get something up on the stream that lets people know that Jungle's coming back. Let me know what your suggestions are. Should I? So I think we have like 30 to 40 minutes. Should I figure out getting some lo-fi music on the stream? Most of you, like half of you gave me suggestions. Half of you said, don't bother. I see if I can catch that in chat. Thank you all for sticking with me, and we're gonna go over some interesting hands. And like this whole time, you've been asking me questions or talking about it, and I couldn't talk. So appreciate your patience there, and now we can talk about it. And Jungle will be coming back. If you have any specific questions about hands, ask them now and include the board. Because if you just say, like Ben did a great job of that. If you just say, like, you know, what did he have when you had King King 7-6? Then I have to look, like, I mean, I guess actually, what you should do is include the pot size. So here are the pot sizes. And if you let me know a hand and the pot size, then I'll specifically go over that. Okay. I was trying to find, anyways, whatever. I remember finding a suggestion about the music, but looks like I can't scroll up far enough. Yeah, I can't. So let me know what you guys think about that. I want to put something up that we'll be doing some studying before Jungle resumes. Let's do it with, it's going to be ugly. I have to make it look good. So let's go into OBS. Oh no, I can't do that. Yeah, okay, hold on. No, that's not what I want. I'm just trying to look for. No, I'm not finding what I want. Sorry, I'm taking way too long to do this. All right, we're going to have to do it like. Okay, we're getting closer. Thanks for bearing with me. Sorry, everybody. Just make it look kind of reasonably decent. Let's go with that. An image. Hang on 1 second. I'll be right back in 1 second. All right. So we're trying something like this. We're getting closer. All right, there we go. Okay, so since I just let you guys know what to say to me beautiful. It's actually not that beautiful, but I'm not going to continue any longer. I'm going to run to the restroom, and then I will see you in a couple of minutes with your questions about hands and other things. Jason Kuhn in the chat. What's up, man? Good to see you. I'll be right back, guys. All right. Let's see what you guys are saying. Oh no, I don't have the text in there. All right, we're gonna keep this view. So Thomas Jungle is taking a break right now so that he can move to a new location where he can stream because he was having technical difficulties. And I think he's got somebody ready to help him at a different location, like already set up. Mm-hmm. We're talking about other challenges. Oh yeah, Galfond challenge during COVID was a lifesaver. Yeah, we were all in lockdown. I didn't plan it that way, but it was nice. I appreciated everybody watching that journey. There's just the right word for it. I like that. I was gonna skip it because it was just a compliment. Somebody said Phil's handwriting's so good, and then they said it must be the sticky note because I have a sticky note that says hand read. It's to remind me not to autopilot. Essentially, there was a video I made recently showing all the sticky notes I have on my monitor. Nope, we're not done, guys. We are. Well, now you can see this. I mean, should I make the text? Maybe I should have made it like red. Let's do it again. We'll make it red this time. Properties. There we go. Now you can't miss it, right? Let's clip the edges off. Sorry that I do that. All right, here we are. Yesterday I saw you fold one suit on the button, but potted king, king 10, 1, 2. Yeah, so king, king is a lot stronger than 10, 10. And so like when you have trips, it's very rarely going to improve. But so like having a higher pair is better. But I don't know, like, did I really fold 10, 10, 10 jack on the button? I can look these up in Vision. So we have pre-flop. Sorry, I'll just bring it over. Pre-flop, 100 big blind. Raise first in. It's going to generate a random one for me, and then I'm going to skip that. Actually, I don't know. We're gonna raise that? No. Okay, yeah, I'm right. So then I'm gonna put in Jack, Jack, Jack 10. Jack, Jack, Jack 10 is a pure raise. And King, King, King 10 is definitely gonna be. So we can like, let's see, Jack, Jack, Jack 3 is a fold. Probably 6 is a fold, and then 7's the question. So 7 with a suit is a raise. And 8 with a suit is a raise, not without. That's what this says down here. Just make sure you can see what I'm looking at. Yep. Oh, no, you can't. So this means that without a suit, it's not a raise. With a suit, it is. But I guess it's going to be hard to. So then if we go down to 10, 10, 10, 6, always folding, 10, 10, 10, 7, always folding, 10, 10, 10, 8, with a suit raises, without a suit folds, and so on and so forth. I mean, and probably when you get down to like 7, 7, 7, 6 is probably still a fold. Yeah, because like 7s aren't going to win at showdown. Jack Steinberg asking about ace, king, ace 5, king, king, biggest pot. Yeah, and I think I saw somebody else mention that. So here it is. Oh no, yeah. So basically, single raise pot, pretty standard. Just I bet once, he calls with king, queen. I bet again, he calls with king, queen again. River, queen. Obviously, I pot. And the question for him is, how often do I have king, king versus some kind of queen X or 8-8 or 6-6. So basically my value range on this river is ace queen plus. That's my guess. Queen jack plus maybe. But I think if I get, but you have to keep in mind, I'm not getting here with a lot of ace queen and queen jack because like queen jack 10 3 just checks flop. And if it bets flop, it doesn't bet turn. And ace queen, similarly like ace queen. So I would need to kind of have ace queen jack 10 to play this way. So there are not a lot of combos of queen X that I have, but I have 8-8 as often as I have king, king, basically. I also turn a little bit of 6-6 and have that small fraction of ace queen and maybe queen jack. So he has to, like when he basically min raises all in. So I'm getting, well, we don't see it that way, but I'm getting 4-1. I need to call 80% of my range. My range is, let's call it like, so if my range is king, king, 8-8, 6-6, and ace queen, but we think ace queen is a small fraction. So maybe ace queen is like, so king, king, and 8-8 are equal parts. So let's call them 40% each. And then we'll call 6-6 10%, because a lot of those don't bet flop. Then ace queen 10%. So I need to call 80% of my range, half. If that like, excuse me, if that very rough calculation is correct, then he's actually breaking even, shoving king, queen here, because I'm calling 80% of the time, and half of that time, which is 40%, I have king, king, and he's losing, and the other half he's winning. We didn't include king, queen, which actually I have a lot of king, queen here because, well, it's not relevant, but obviously like king, queen makes up a huge portion of my range too. It just isn't relevant to the calculation I was going on. But actually now that I mention it, that kind of impacts it because I like my 80% calls include a lot of king, queen. So actually, yeah, I think his shove's probably bad then, because here's what we can do. We can look this up in Vision more or less. So I'd have to open Munker to get to the river solves, but flop was king, queen, 8, rainbow. So we'll go king, queen, 8, rainbow. Whoops. Sorry, I'm doing this. I probably should just, whatever. King, queen, 8, rainbow. Goes check, bet, call. The turn is an offsuit 6. It goes check. And so here's how we're going to do it. I'm going to pot and he's going to raise, and then I'm going to see how much of my range is each hand. So this is not obviously the action in the hand, but this allows the action to get back on me, and then we can look at my hand. So king, king. Actually, should we do hand classes? That's easier. So we'll do hand classes, made hand. And this takes a little longer to load than doing them one by one, but you get a lot of good information. So I know this is a relatively standardish hand, but I do think this kind of understanding how to do this kind of breakdown and figuring out what's a value bet is important. So sets, let's do, show the percentages. So 22% sets. I actually have top set more than, oh, hold on. This is going to take into account, I think, that he's raised. So I'm going to take this back. I'm going to go back to classic. I'm going to go back and we're going to do this a slightly harder way, but we can do it. So now let's do hand classes, made hand and recalculate. Craig Street says, I should turn my mic up to compensate for my quiet voice. Let me know if you guys agree. I thought I was getting the volume to a pretty good level, but I guess when I'm sitting back here and I'm talking quietly while I play, it's pretty low. Whereas if I'm here and I'm talking loudly, now it's loud, like not loudly, but normally or slightly forcefully, then it's louder. So this is almost loaded. Again, hand classes, it's the slower way to get to something, but it gives you so much information. All right, so sets. So first of all, we have, let's call this a 50% betting range. So we're going to take anything we have here and double it. Or actually, does that matter? We just need the ratio. Okay, so we actually do have top set less. I guess top set is checking the flop sometimes, and middle set is almost never checking the flop. So of these, when we have a set, it's 12% and a little over, or we should look at top set. Top set is, we'll call it 4 out of 12. So top set is 4%. And then these other ones are 8%. And then how often do we have specifically king, queen? 9%. All right, so combined, we have this range that is going to value bet river 20% of the time. Now, we're going to have a lot of card removal because of the queen. But let's just start here. So 20% of the time, we have these. How often does he beat the value range? Oh, I forgot about queen X. We'll do that next. So ignoring queen X, it's going to be 8% out of 20%. So 40% of the time, he has the best hand against that. So if that were our actual range on the river with no card removal and no ace queen included, then we would need to call 80% of our range and only, well, and then 40%, confusing myself, 40% would chop, and then a little over like 45% would chop, and then we'd have half of this. So basically this it would be break even. Sorry, I'm jumping around, but it would be 8%, and which only half of which we're calling. So 4% there, and then 3.6% here. So actually it becomes a plus EV shove when we, well, actually, because no middle set goes away. So it's top set compared to bottom set. Well, middle set is, oh, middle set's both. That's why. So half of the middle set goes away. I bet we could stop now because it's going to be annoying math, but I could export to Bunker Solver, and I don't want to open Bunker Solver while I still have the site open, but I think it's probably really close. I think it's probably just a call, but very close from him. So not a big mistake. Let's see what I missed while I was rambling on about that math. Krabby Clink. Hey, good to see you, Krabby Clink. It's been a little while since this font makes me want to play PLO. Yep, for sure. Turn the mic. He did, yeah, he had to take a break to get some more PLO lessons. I had a live tracker of how much you're up. It'd save a lot of people asking the questions. So I could make a The problem is, I guess I could update it manually occasionally. Let's see how I would do that. So just be some text. And actually the easiest, well, no, current session results. I'm going to be annoying and do it separately. Okay. So we got session results. We'll put this. Here, and then we'll add, actually, we need to change that font so it looks better. I just need to get something bolder. Is that going to be too bold? No, that's okay. Maybe we want background. And then we'll add another one. All right, first I'm going to add some spaces. We get more black background. And then I'm going to add another one. Text. Okay. I'm going to make the color green when I'm winning. And red when I'm losing. And we'll bring this. Actually, I kind of like the look of this. Huge. No, we'll make this the same font, I think. I have to make OBS bigger so that I can get the sizing right. Thanks for bearing with me. Okay. Close enough. Close enough, probably. There we go. And then the font's to the same font. This is going to annoy me so much that it's not lined up. Here's how I fix it. Okay. Almost. Almost, guys. We need a little padding before. How's that look? Cool. We'll do one more. Okay. It's a good suggestion. Oh, now I need to move this back, of course. Okay. Hopefully that is helpful. And then I need to update it periodically, which is, it's not that big of a hassle. It's just, I'm not going to be updating it every, couple minutes. Yeah, I can actually leave that open. Cool. And right where I can see my balance. Cool. Thanks for the suggestion. All right, so let's see. Okay, a lot of people saying volume is good. Okay, well, I assume you mean no, the mic is good, but no mic is good would be funny. You can mute me if that's the case. Um, yeah, Moonlight's gonna help me out with some highlights on my channel, but it's gonna take some time. He's busy. I'm keeping him busy. Feels confused. I'm definitely confused. Yeah, I was going over the math. All right, cool. Well, you haven't left me with a lot of questions. Yeah, Ben, good point. He blocks kings, so I have more 8/8. Yeah, trying to do math live on stream is always a mistake. Always. Happy Wednesday. Whatever the opposite of what go through to Phil's has, that's exactly how I play. What did Christopher ask? Is PLO so complicated that you're not worried about revealing your thought process? It's not that. It's that my opponents, like the people I play, already understand, 70% of what I'm saying. Well, probably like 90% of what I say on a stream. And then when I make like advanced training videos, maybe more like 70. Um, but I don't know. I've been teaching for so long now that I just stopped thinking about it. Like before I started making training videos, I was really nervous to give away my thought process to my opponents. But I kind of felt like the decision I made then was, this is like 15 years ago. There are some people who play with kind of like tricks and what I would call like very like out of line exploits, exploitable exploits. Those people shouldn't make videos, but the way that I play is more balanced, and especially back then. Like now, I'm actually less balanced probably than my average opponent, but back then I was more balanced than everybody. I felt like so I was like I'm well balanced, so I'm not so worried about giving away my secrets. I'm just helping people improve, and most of the people that I'm helping improve, like 99% of the people I'm helping improve, are not going to be playing against me, um, or at least not soon. Morton, match is not over today. I'm up 40K, as you can now see. And I, we're going to play. So he's going to return. Let's see, left. He's probably going to return in, according to him, like 15 minutes. Um, let's see. Do I want to update on, let's see. Mm, just gonna post on Twitter to let people know that we'll be resuming soon. I'm gonna include a clip from the video. Let's see, or from the whatever. You know what I mean? Actually, this is gonna be too hard. While I have the stream up, never mind. I'll just Oh, I can do it on my phone. Shout out to Moonlight for sending me clips. I can just. Moonlight mentioned I wanted to look up my Ace Jack 9 deuce suited to the Jack defend on King 9/7 rainbow. Yeah, so he's got. Let's see. He's showing me it. This isn't showing your like number, right? Yeah. He's showing me this is the hand in question, so I'm gonna look this up because I wasn't sure about the defend. King 9/7 rainbow. 3-bet pot, rainbow, King 9/7. Let's see if we got that or similar. We've got King 8/7 and we got King 9/8. I think closer would be King 9/8 seems closer. Yeah, definitely. So King 9/8, bet half pot, which is what he did, and I had Ace Jack 9 deuce. So Ace Jack 9 deuce is, I want to look at classic. So I had it with backdoor diamond, like it'd be spades on this board. So spade, spade, jack high. Oh no, it just uses clubs and hearts. So backdoor flush draw, jack high, ace of one of the other suits. So this probably. Do I have the other suit? I do. I mean, it's getting very close. So some raising with the jack high backdoor flush draw. So yeah, this is what I had, and this is the equivalent of what I had, and this is a fold. I guess actually I had spades, so this is the equivalent of what I had, and now it's a call. All right, so it was close. It's a call. It's a very close call. When like they're mixing slightly by suits, the reason this is more of a call than this one, for example, which is also a call potential apparently, but the other one I looked at up there, like when they're doing this much mixing, it's really close fringe hand. But I assume spades are better because the king of spades is out, so jack high spades goes up 1 pip in value. I knew that was close, so I'm proud of myself, even though it sounds like I got the slightly wrong play. Let's post this clip to Twitter and see if we can get more people to join. Bum, 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 bum. If you guys have any more questions, I mean, I think Jungle should be returning very soon, but I don't know exactly when. Upload this one. Okay, I guess he left at 5 after. It's been 30 minutes, so probably another 10 minutes. I had to guess. Dark Tower, I could record a bedtime story for you, yes. Moonlight Master, I guess, answering some questions about the training videos. Yeah, we have a bunch of videos. Oh, he's yeah. Yes, $100 a month for Elite. There's also $25 a month for Essential, which are not as high stakes. I did not have a full tilt training video. I was asked to do those and almost did. All right, let's look at some other big hands while we're waiting. This one, call a 3-bet, call a c-bet, pretty standard, and turn the nuts, and he bets. So these spots, you always want to, I mean, usually you want to jam the nuts, usually on a board like this where, but the thing is, it's actually not as clear on a board like this because he's very unlikely to be betting 2-pair or set here. So protecting against full houses hitting is less of a thing because when 3 straights, you have to make, there's a very big distinction between an ace 10 8 9 board and an ace 10 8 6 board. On an ace 10 8 6 board, 7 9 is the only straight, and his sets can keep betting for value. Whereas here, there are 3 straights, and sets are supposed to be in your range occasionally, so you have board coverage, and so potentially he can fold out like 10 6 7. But for the most part, people don't bet their sets here. So I only really need to protect against a flush draw, which is only going to hit 20% of the time. And so if he's going to be bluffing like reasonably often with a flush draw, or like some portion of the time he's going to be bluffing without a flush draw, in which case I definitely want to call. Some portion of the time he's going to be bluffing with a flush draw. And the question is how often is he going to jam river? If he's always jamming river, I can pick up the 1,200 now, or I can throw in another 500 and get the rest on an 80% of rivers and fold on 20%. Sounds like I would rather call. So maybe this become like you want to shove sometimes and call sometimes. This might be more of a call than I thought. If I had a single heart, it would be more of a call. So maybe that's the way you balance is if I have the queen of hearts, I call, and with no hearts, I jam. And the other kind of big factor here is he could have jack 7 and bet fold turn, but when I call turn, the river's an offsuit deuce, he jams. Of course, it's not just flush draws that I have to protect against, but on a river jack, he could make king queen, or on a river queen, he could make king jack. But this is actually closer than I thought. I still like my shove with no heart and maybe call with the heart. But it's an interesting spot. And again, I think very educational. Consider a couple of concepts I covered. I don't need to repeat myself, or I could emphasize them more, but I don't want to repeat myself too much. Thank you for the kind words, Craig Street. You guys are talking about the venue match. Synchronium says, I remember Phil wisely posting that the match is real life, not a Hollywood movie. But then just to troll us, he made the full comeback anyways. Yeah, I remember a tweet where I was like, I went from down 900K euro, which is like a million US, a little over a million US at the time, uh, back to like down 200K with, half like 2 weeks left. And everybody thought I was going to win because of that. And I was like, look, guys, maybe I'll make a comeback, but this isn't a movie. I'm playing against a great player, and we're going to see who wins. I'm still the underdog at this point, but it did work out. This hand was one he told me what he had here, so this was a really interesting one. He three bets and checks this flop. I go with the small sizing. So far in this match, I've been going third pot and pot. I used to go half pot and pot. Third pot and 75% is not bad too. Like you could do a lot of things, but this board is supposed to be a pot only board at 100 big blinds. We're a little bit deeper, but I didn't want to pot my hand because it's too good. So I decided to small bet. I don't think checking back too often, like I shouldn't check back too often. Ace on the turn. At the time I was just like, oh, I should probably check here because like by the time I get called, he's going to have aces or 4-5, a decent amount. But in hindsight, I think so many ace combos either check rip flop or open pot flop. I don't know if he knows, like if he plays the same strategy I do, but I'm getting aces in on this flop a lot, one way or another. He might not. So I think my turn check is questionable. I don't know. And then on the river 7, he bets, and I felt like he would bet 4-5 and ace. Maybe not 4-5. It's actually really close. I decided to jam because I thought he would have a lot of like, well, aces up essentially, ace three, like ace 3-5, ace 9, etc. He had ace 7 and made the fold. So that's the other problem for value jamming river is that I need him to. I guess a lot of 4-5 puts money on the flop, like more money on the flop. Anyways, I need him to call also. So I need to have the best hand, but I also need him to call. And so when I'm risking 2K to win 1K, he needs to call only a third of his range. And so I need him to have less than 16% better hands than mine, 16.5% better hands than mine. If you follow. What are all the programs that I use to study PLO? Craig Street asks. I mostly use Vision, which I showed you a minute earlier. I also use Bunker Solver sometimes. But I find Vision a lot. Like I use Bunker Solver for the more, like for very specific spots and especially river situations. But I always like, or for like a very specific pre-flop solve potentially. But that's like probably 8% of my study, whereas Vision's 92. And then of course I use Hold'em Manager and Poker Tracker, usually more Hold'em Manager now, to review stats, but not on WSOP.com because you cannot get your hand histories. Yeah, by the way, I am going to do, so I'm going over some hands now. I am going to do a bigger strategic breakdown in a 2-hour exclusive private live stream. And you can see, excuse me, Nightbot just posted some links, which would be 5 minutes ago now for you. But to get access to that, you either have to, why is this showing me playing? I'm looking at the live stream. Oh, I'm behind for some reason. Anyways,
Sorry about that. All you have to do is subscribe to my newsletter, which is brand new, hasn't started yet. And probably my first email that goes out to the subscribers is going to be details on how to get access to the 2 hour private stream. And if you're not available at the time of the stream, you'll get the recording as well. But we'll do some surface level strategy. This one was not super interesting. Check, check. This is a limped pot with the weak wrap. I go ahead and bet turn. Planning to bluff a decent amount of rivers and then go for this. He raises. I click it back. We both have the same hand. No, but so Ben Wilanowski asked a question a couple times, I guess, and then he texted me. I already answered the question though on 9-9 Jack King. I'm gonna text you that I already answered. Did you ask a follow up? Anyways, I'll answer it again. There's a hand where it was. I'm not gonna find it because it was a pretty small pot. Basically, it went limp. I raised out of the big blind with ace, jack, 10-10. Jungle calls. It was jack 9-9 flop. I bet small. He called, I think. I bet small. He called. Turn was a king offsuit. Check, check. River brick of some kind. Maybe the 8, though. And he asked if I should bluff that hand. I think ace jack has too much showdown value because he's going to have like jack X. He had queen jack and check back. He's going to have a lot of jack X and he's going to have a lot of like honestly just like under pairs, and he might bluff those, but actually my hand makes a decent check call. I'll tell him I answered again. Michael Felder says, I find that listening to your streams while playing online is so soothing. I could see, I mean, thank you. I could see it being like a reminder to be calm and stay calm. Although I find it distracting to hear words while I played. PLO and chess on. Who's playing chess, Topher? That you're potentially watching. Podabed says, Phil, I'm very confused. Why are you in jungle not pot jamming every hand pre-flop like psychos on full tilt used to? Yeah, times have changed. Great to see your thought process, but don't feel obligated to chat. I appreciate that. Thank you. Is it better to specialize? For most people, I think it's better to specialize, but not everybody. I was a no limit hold'em specialist until those games started to dry up, and high stakes like at nosebleeds, and PLO was running a lot, so I learned PLO to kind of follow the action. I'm gonna get some more water. If you are just joining, you can look up at the chat above. We are going to continue playing soon. Jungleman is on a little jungle adventure. Bigger tables would be better. Yeah, going to one table at a time I could do, but it become like if I were playing six max, I would do that. But playing heads up, switching back and forth, it's too much action, so I can't keep up. Oh, okay. So Ben Wilanowski says he followed up with a question about what percent of our river range pots for value and where we find our bluffs. I think if I'm remembering the board correct and how I like, since I keep under bluffing against jungle, he smiles. Also, how high up we are in our range. He says, but in my eyes, says we have the best blockers, aren't near the top of our range. Now you're gonna have a lot of value bets when the turn goes check check. Yeah. So the key question that you asked, that's right, is how much of our value range or what percentage of our range pots for value? Because when we small bet out of position. Like we do have, I think, a lot of small bets potentially, and those will all like the bluffs for our small bet range come from our lowest showdown value hands rather than our best blockers. I think I'm not sure how often we're going to pot. I mean, I think in practice we could very easily. This is again 9-9 Jack flop where I raised a limp. I bet small. Jungle called. King on the turn. Check check. Still rainbow. And 8 on the river, I believe. I wish I could find this hand. So I keep talking about it. Let's see if we can find it. I had Jack, Jack 10. I think the pot was, so I raised a limp. That's 120. I bet 40. So that's, and he called. So that's 80 more. So it's $200 pot, I think. Yeah. Okay. There it is. So I bet flop and get called. Turn goes check, check. So Ben's asking. So I think we can value pot queen 10. 10-7 is close. Feels close. I think probably in theory you don't want to be value potting 10-7. I'm not sure. But in theory, probably queen 10 plus value pots. And then small bets come from like ace, ace, and 9x. Like all trips want a small bet for value. Aces want a small bet for value. King Jack probably wants to small bet for value. Ace King probably does not. That's off the top of my head. That's where the threshold might be. So that is a lot of potting combos if we think about it. Queen 10 is going to be like, I mean, not necessarily the way we played it, but of our pre-flop range, 10%, and boats are going to be like 25% of our pre-flop range when we raise a limp on this run out. But obviously we would have played them differently a bunch of the time on earlier streets. So let's just pretend we have like 20% value pots and then something like 15% or 20% value small bets, but then we have to mix some of our pots, like our big hands, into our small bet range. So then it goes like 15% small and 25%, or sorry, 25% small, 15% big. So we need 7.5% of our range to bluff for pot. I mean, 10-8 is like the most obvious pot bluffing hand to me is 10-8, far and away. And we have 10-8 something like 7% of the time, but then very often that comes with a jack or a king, 9 or straight. So maybe only like 2% of the time, 2 or 3. So we do need to find more bluffs for pot, but I don't know. I think ace 10, like just 10x. I would rather pot 10x than pot this hand. And maybe if we have jack 10-10 without the ace, like jack 10-10 5 double suited, maybe then. But I mean, it's worth looking up sometime. Yeah, it was limp and then raise. So yeah, he's not going to have a lot of, like, he'll have a lot of 9x, but he's not going to have as much queen 10 as if he raised pre, and he's not going to have as much. Anyways, I'm boring some of you, so let's move on. Hey, Gary, good to see you here. And showing Moonlight Master some love, some well-deserved love. What street was my New York apartment with the slide? It was on 14th and 1st, East Village. If anybody's in New York and walks by 14th and 1st, actually, would it be easier on? Yeah. Yeah, 14th is, anyways, I think 14th is the back entrance, but that's where you would see mine. It's like an 8-story building, and it would be the top 2 floors, and you can see from the street. So this is like at 14th and 1st. I think there's a subway stop there. If you look up, it's a white building that like goes from 13th to 14th. And if you look up and see, you'll be able to basically let me know if the slide's still there, because it was last time I went. All right, jungle is ready shortly. May try to get my stream working. Uh, I guess I'll sit. You can just join when you're ready. What do I prefer playing? I prefer Omaha, but I'd actually love to play a No Limit Challenge because I really want to learn how to play No Limit well. Arthur Morris says, I've watched every video, and this is PLO course twice, actually. Made notes with questions I have. Hopefully, at some point, run into you and run them by you would be cool. That's awesome. That's for everybody who hasn't seen This is PLO, my course, which is probably most of you. It's a $2,500 course. It's about 80 hours, 75, 80 hours. So that's a lot of footage to have watched twice. So I hope you found it really helpful, Arthur. Please. I mean, I'm going to assume that since you watched it again, you found it all, since you kept watching it and you watched it again, you found it very helpful. I really poured everything I had into that course. Took me just like 3 straight months of doing nothing but making that course. So I'm glad you enjoyed it, presumably. And I hope you found it very helpful. And yes, if you run into me, maybe at the World Series of Poker this summer, definitely run them by me. Also, we do, so we have a Discord, a Run It Once Discord. Maybe Moonlight Master could find the, excuse me, find the link and post it in here. That might be a good place to make sure you tag me because I'm not super active in there, but if you tag me, I'll see it. Anyways, let's move on. I'm going to sit at some tables. I'm also, once the action starts, going to pop in a lozenge because I can tell that I'm on my way to losing my voice and or coughing more. Let me look at OBS, make sure my... And then you guys probably will have to remind me, but when jungle sits, I need to remove the Jungleman returning shortly. Open identical. Cool. I guess we'll make close vision. I guess we'll remove it now. Which one is it? That one? Nope. Oh, it's an image. We'll do this, and for now, we'll go down here and review some hands. Some more hands. So let's go back up to the big pots. Did that one. Yeah, this one was interesting. So I call a 3-bet. Call a c-bet. He's probably a c-betting range on this board, or near range. Turn goes check, check. And then he bets big on river. So he's saying he has queen jack or 10-10. I block 10-10. I don't block queen jack at all, but I just think he's reasonably likely to, like, queen, queen, 10. Basically, like, if he bets range on this flop, that's going to include queen, queen, and jack, jack. And I think queen, queen, and jack, jack always bluff this river. I think if he has a single jack or queen and he doesn't beat an ace, maybe he doesn't beat a king, he's always going to bluff river. So he's a lot of bluffs to choose from here. There are actually not that many value bets because queen jack, absolutely. 10-10, absolutely. But he might check 10-10 sometimes. He's probably never checking queen jack. And aces and kings, I think, are really likely to keep betting turn. Obviously, not always. I think aces specifically is a pretty good turn check because you're blocking calls and you're going to make king X fold and 4X might bet for you. But kings are supposed to keep betting basically always. Like the way I would play this spot is I would always continue betting kings on the turn in his shoes. And I would check maybe half my aces, my ace hands. And then ace 4, I would mix, excuse me, ace 4 I would mix, king 4 I would keep betting, 4X I would keep betting. That's roughly my trips plus strategy on the turn. So yeah, I think he's removed most of his like full houses besides some ace, but some of that like ace might go for a check raise on the river because once again, I could bet a 4, maybe I hit like 10-4, maybe I hit queen jack, king queen jack. So I don't know. I think this is a spot. Obviously, like my hand's a pretty good calling hand, and he did have the bluff here. but I think he was likely to overbluff this spot. Who knows if I'm right or not? We can't know just because he had the bluff. This one, pretty standard from me. Bet flop, pot turn. Oh yeah, so I talked about this briefly, but basically when I have two sizings on this turn. I have full pot and half pot. The value hands that go in my full pot range are Jack Jack, 6-6, and like Ace 5 or King 5, some of the time. And all of those some of the time. Sometimes they go in my half pot range too. And then my Jack 5 and 6-5 always go in my half pot range. They never go in my full pot range because you don't want to, like, when you have 6-5, or let's just say Jack 5, because 6-5 doesn't bet flop that much. But when you have Jack 5, like, you don't want to price out all of their draws. And then by the time you get called down twice, you so often, like, not so often, but you're reasonably often beat, or you get check raised on the river. So the thing about potting Jack Jack and 6-6 is that you unblock 5x, so he's going to have more trips. That always calls turn and then makes a decision on the river. And then the reason kind of for potting Ace 5 and King 5 is that you get more protection when you're not going to be able to 3-street on a 3, 4, 7, 8, maybe 9 spade unless you fill up. So that's kind of logic here. And I don't always pot Jack Jack. I do it some of the time. This Jack Jack is probably better to small bet. Like, if I were picking which Jack Jack combos very precisely, which I should do, Jack Jack with straight blockers should go in the big bet range because it makes it less likely he has a straight draw. Whereas this that unblocks 3, 4, 7, 8 should more often half pot because I can get those thin calls from like 8-8-7 or 6-7-8 or 6-7-8 with spades, 7-6-4 with spades, stuff like that. So actually, I think, I mean, I'm not looking this up right now in Vision because I'm sitting and I mean, it's not that important. But that's how I would think it through. All right. So he calls river 9. Probably need to pot here. I probably just need a full house. I don't think I can pot 8-7 profitably. Maybe 8-7-5 specifically, but he folds. This one, I mean, you saw his hand. I'm going to check back some of my weaker 5x on this board. Decided to check this one. Turn, I could raise or I could call, but the thing is, when I raise, like, I think if I raise, so let's say I raise to like 450 and he calls and the river's a brick, I don't think I can value bet river. So it's kind of just a protection. I mean, it's value raise with protection, but when I don't think I'm going to be able to value bet a lot of rivers, I don't like raising as much. So I just call. Any big bets river, he's basically repping straight or better. So I have a bluff catcher, but I have a jack and I have a 5. These are really good cards to bluff catch with. Some players are going to struggle a lot to bluff enough on this queen river because your 3-bet range contains a lot of high cards. So like if you're not bluffing with a queen, for example, or better, excuse me. If you're not bluffing with a queen or better, then you're not going to like have enough hands worse than a queen to find enough bluffs to balance out your value. I feel like I was going for multiple reasons, but that's the main reason. And you do have a lot of value to choose from. King, king, not queen, queen, because you don't bet queen, queen on the turn very often, but 10-5, king 5 also, queen 5, and an ace jack and jack 9. I think he can bet both the jack 9 this way. Charles says, trying to check in. Are you just moving hotels? Because you... I'm hoping he means sign in to WSOP.com. Because if he moved, I thought that he was moving somewhere because it was already like a stream set up for him. If he's moving because he's changing hotels today, that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. I guess I have to ask. So we'll see. Anyways, moving on. Oh, so I called. Yeah, ace jack. Yeah. This hand, I think I messed up on the turn. So called a 3-bet. Check the flop, I think is good. A lot of people just stab this flop too often. I have no, like I have the second nut flush draw, but I have no 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5. So like I'm just not interacting with the board well. I'm not going to be able to like bluff if I don't hit. Like if I bet flop and then I don't make my hand later, I'm not going to have a good blockers to bluff later on turn and or river. So here, I think I don't love this because, first of all, I open myself up to getting check raised because I've said I don't have 9-8. So not only can he check raise 9-8 here, which I think he would very often if he checked flop, check this 3 turn because it looks like a bad card for his range, and it is a bad card for his range. But so the thing about bad cards for the 3-better's range is that on the one hand, yes, they have a lot of 1 pair, so they struggle a bit. But on the other hand, they check all of their good hands and like decent hands. Whereas on a deuce, you know, he's reasonably likely to bet 10-7 and 10-6, and he's reasonably likely to bet like ace-ace, jack-9 with clubs or what have you. And to bet some 9-8 as well. But on the 3, he knows that he doesn't want to face much heat, so he's going to check a lot of those hands to protect his checking range. So I actually think you face a kind of stronger checking range in this spot when the 3 hits than when a deuce hits or when a queen hits, for example. I think I should have checked this back, but I bet. It's not ridiculous to bet. And then I make the what's effectively the 4th. I mean, it depends how you want to count the nuts, but it's pretty bad. But the thing is, he's not 3-betting much 8-4. He's not 3-betting a ton of 7-4 or 6-4 or 5-4. 5-4 probably bets turn or check raises turn. So it's just 3-4. Like he's not going to have a lot of 3-4. So it's mostly 7-4 and 6-4 that beat me. A little bit of 8-4. And I block that with the 4. So even though like it'd be a really clear value bet with 7, if I had 7-4 or 3-4 myself, but since I have the 6 high straight, it gets a little dicier. I can maybe even pot the 7 high straight. Certainly can pot. Obviously, like the 8 high straight's the nuts because nobody ever has 9-8 the way the hand's played out. But I think probably I could pot the 7 high straight. This I think I can half pot. It's close though on the 7 high straight. But he did have 7-4. Just you're not going to 3-bet a ton of hands that include 7-4. I hate that when I click to the next hand, it always shows you the result. So spoiler. Let's go back. So I defend the big blind. Online poker content says, why does he have jungle tags as a fish? The disrespect is real. I thought it was funny. This might not be a call, honestly. I'm not sure. But I did check call. And then here on the river, there are a few things to keep in mind. One, 5x, sorry, 5x or better wants to pot most of the time. There are a few things to keep in mind here. So I have a small bet range and a big bet range, and I need to keep in mind my value bets and my bluffs. There are a lot of bluffs available to me. 3-4, 7-6, and then like, you know, ace, deuce, 4, etc. 9-7, deuce. I'm not going to bluff with an 8, but if I have worse than like 4s, I'm going to bluff. I have a bluffing candidate. You have to balance there are a lot of hands that I have that want a big bet, basically 5x and boats. Excuse me. And then hands that want a small bet, I don't have that many of because 8x does not want a small bet. A weak 10 is not good enough. So I kind of need probably king 10. Like this is probably my worst hand that can small bet, and I'm not even sure it can. King 10, ace 10, and then jacks through aces, but I 3-bet almost all my aces, a lot of my kings, some of my queens and jacks. So I think that a small bet gets called a lot here because most people overbluff for the small sizing. Because when they get there with like ace 3-4, they're like, well, I block all the draws, and when I block all the draws, I don't want a big bet. But they make the mistake of like most of my bets are going to be pot here, I think. So, and I can bluff more in my potting range percentage wise. So when I'm betting small, I'm laying 4-1. I need to only be bluffing 20% of the time, and I don't have that much value, so I have to have a really small amount of bluffs. So yeah, I think this is a good value bet that gets called very light. He pots, and now is that pot? It's less than pot. Why would you? Oh, he just always goes less than pot. I don't really get it, but he does. Jungle's in the tank when I asked, do you mean a new hotel? Thanks for bearing with me on the stream. The 600 of you that did. I guess he should be back soon. I really need to know if he just decided to move hotels today during the stream. Like, there's no way you couldn't have asked for a late checkout. Anyways, I mean, most of his value range here is going to be 10-10 or 10-5. Some 5, I guess weak 5x makes sense, but I don't know. I think the 10's a really good blocker. The deuce is actually not a good, well, it's a little bit of a good blocker because also deuce deuce. Yeah, his value range is going to be a lot of 10-10, a lot of deuce deuce that checks his turn. And then, like, I mean, you don't have a lot of deuce deuce pre and then blah, 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 but deuce deuce plays this way, like always bets the flop and often checks the turn. So I think my blockers are just too good. I call he has 10-10. This one, I 3-bet, small bet, range, very small. So that's, I think, the first key. When I bet 60 into 360, he's going to call with any gut shot, any flush draw, obviously. A lot of pocket pairs, like 5-5-7 is calling. Maybe even just some like ace, queen, jack, 7 with backdoor diamonds, which I guess got there. But you know what I mean. Check, check. So now I think he's going to raise a lot of 6x on the flop. I think he's going to bet his boats on the turn. I think he's going to bet his straights often on the turn. Not that straights really come into play here. But then on this river, he bets big. He's only really repping a flush or a boat. And like I said, I just don't think he's going to have many boats the way he's played. So he's repping a flush. I have the 9 of diamonds, which is relevant because he's always calling 9x of diamonds on the flop. He's not always calling king x of diamonds on the flop. If he has, you know, king, queen of diamonds and then deuce 3, he's folding flop. But if he has king 9 of diamonds and deuce 3, he's calling flop. So 9 of diamonds is a good blocker. I block boats just in case. I don't like, yes, a lot of straights got there, but he's not betting this big with a straight. So the fact that straights got there, it matters. Why are you checking into a new hotel? This makes no sense. He is checking it. He's showing me an image of the lobby of a hotel. I'm not going to show you because then you know where he is. I know where this is. I'm so confused. I mean, I thought Jungle was moving. Like he struggled to get the stream going or had technical difficulties. I assumed he was going to a friend's house or apartment who had a streaming setup, so he would just show up and play, and they would help with tech. But it appears that instead he's just changing hotels today, and it couldn't wait until after the session. This is so strange. Anyways, to this hand. So straights are not going to add to his value range, but they're going to subtract from his bluffing range, because if he gets here with a straight, even if he has a good flush blocker, he's not going to bluff. I mean, in this case, I can't even beat a straight, so it's a good thing he's not bluffing with straights. But it just reduces the number. And like when there's a one card straight out like this, that really cuts his combos. So it is kind of close, but I think the fact that I went super small on flop and my blockers are really good, make it a call. He had ace king king. Usually that's a four bet. I mean, I think it's always a four bet, but not a big deal. This was kind of a questionable spot. He checks flop. I go with small bet. We're deep. We're almost 200 big blinds deep. And brick turn. So if the turn were like a queen, I would check back, even an offsuit queen. Because not just because I'm worried about him having turn queen queen or queen eights, but because, well, I guess that's the main reason. That is the main reason. Basically, on the three, he's never turning two pair, almost never. And if he does, he's not raising. Like he's never turning a set. So like the key here is his raising frequency. It's not necessarily his folding frequency, which is a big part of it too. But he just has one pair or zero pairs so often here that and like that I think it's worth bluffing a lot of hands. And this is like a weird bluff because he could call with ace 8 6 5, and then I'm crushing, dominating. I want him to call with that. That's awesome. But the key here is that I don't think I can get check raised, or I think he check raises like 2% of the time or less. Whereas if I think there's a high likelihood I get check raised, it gets kind of expensive with this hand, even though, I mean, I can't fold, but I'm putting in money behind. Still, jungle's in the tank for why did you move hotels, which is what I asked him. But we do take it down against, probably, like it's such a tough spot when you have dry kings, king, king, 10, 5. Call three bet, decide to stab this flop with a 4, the 8, and 3. I don't think I should be betting turn here. Then on river, I think I have a tough decision as to whether to pot or small bet, like half pot repping the 8 high straight, pot repping boats. I went with pot, but whatever. So confused. So I said, why did you need to move hotels during the session? He said, because we had a break. But we had a break because he asked for a long break so he could move. This is so strange. All right, it's just frustrating. All right, so this hand. Could check raise, could check call here. I'm not sure. I mean, what do we do? Like if it's gonna be a lot longer, I mean, I think we should just end it. What do you guys if it's gonna be a lot longer, I think we should end it. Because I have to go in 2 hours. I guess I'll give him 15 minutes to get in there. This could be a raise, could be a call. I'm not sure. And then on river, I decided to go for the check raise because I think he's gonna bluff 7-6 if he got there with I think he's gonna bluff a lot of stuff. I don't think he's gonna bet the 8 high straight, but I think he'll bet 10-9, and I think he'll bet 7-7 and 6-6, which very often check back. So I go for the check raise. All right, I think he'll be back in 10 minutes or so. This hand. So I make questionable flop bet, but it's kind of whatever. I think I have to call the raise, but it's kind of whatever. I might not. Then I make a very questionable turn bet. Basically, so the very simplified, the very simplified just explaining to Jungle why I find it confusing. Um, the very simplified version of this is this makes the hand easier to play, but that's rarely a good justification. But oftentimes, what that means is I keep my range uncapped. I prevent them, like I put them in a tough spot with blah, blah, blah. He thinks they would have kicked him out because we were supposed to play till 12:30. They would have kicked. I think you could just pay them $100 for a late checkout. Anyways, I'm just gonna say okay. End the conversation. Okay, gotcha. Um, a lot of times making the hand easier to play like that is a bad justification, but oftentimes there's a good justification behind that, which is I keep my range uncapped. I put them in a tough spot where they're kind of handcuffed and they can't value raise some hands that could put in a big value bet or potentially could check raise river against me. And I can get value against certain ports. So like if I didn't think this was like, if I didn't think I was ahead of his calling range, this is a bad bet. But I think I'm ahead of his calling range, which will include some straights and some trips. And I think it's like checking back and facing a river bet. I think I probably have to fold. Checking back and facing a river check. I probably have to check. I think it's too like it's like barely too thin. So I don't know. I think this is not totally unreasonable. And then against the raise, I think it's a close decision again because he's kind of repping boats only. And I have the 7 blocker. I guess he could have straight flush too. I don't know. I'm not sure. Oh, I forgot that I took my took these off. My hair is not well done today, so this was kind of concealing that. Are these not connected? But yeah, you get the idea. I think this is kind of whatever. Play. I think it's probably a fold. Call a 3-bet, call C-bet, standard so far. I mean, if I have a raising range here, this could go in it. I don't think I need a raising range on this board. Or I have a small one, but I think this is too low equity, so I like calling. Could start bluffing turn, but I like checking back and betting river, utilizing my queen blockers better. And against the bet, I think I just fold. Standard. Call 3-bet, call C-bet. Very standard thus far. Against half pot. I mean, it's just a fold, I think. The thing is, it is kind of a better calling hand than, let's say, queens. Maybe this is a call. Because when he checks a river, I'm often going to win, like he's giving up. And so queens and king high are kind of similar in that respect on like an offsuit 3 river when he checks. I mean, I would rather have queens and not have to bluff because the bluff might, lose some money. So it's not like it's not as much EV, but because this can win the pot on bricks like queens can, but it can also improve to a straight, which is going to beat some of his value range, ace X. Maybe this is a call. I think his sizing's too big, but not by a lot. It's totally viable as a strat. Here went with oh, check call. I thought I check raised the flop. I didn't. It would be reasonable too. I remember I thought about it. Definitely check call the turn. I think check fold the river with no spade is very standard. Let me yeah, you guys are letting me know not to jungle tilt. Won't let him get to me. I think we'll be resuming soon. I just want to check my calendar because I'm pretty sure I had a meeting at 2. And I wanted to stay after with you guys to chat, but I guess probably I won't be able to. Yeah, I have a meeting at 2, so kind of have to be done by 1:40, which is, I guess, roughly enough time if he gets back soon. Okay. Oh, this hand. This was really interesting. So I call a 3-bet. I decide to stab the flop with a queen and a 5. I think this is kind of standard. Decide to check turn. He bets river. He's going to have so few jack 4, jack 3, jack deuce combos. He's just not going to have a boat. He's kind of repping a straight. So two competing forces in my mind here. One, I don't think I rep a boat well at all. I think when the turn is a double flush draw board, I'm not checking back boats essentially ever. I'm not checking back a jack much at all. So even jack deuce, like, and like even 4-4 and 3-3, yeah. If the flop were jack 9-6, and then 2 flush draws, and I had 6-6, maybe I check back turn, but maybe 9-9 I check back because he could have jack 6, but actually jack 9 he would just better raise. So yeah, I'm not checking back boats on this turn. I'm not checking back trips on this turn. So I'm capped. So I'm like, how can I raise when I'm capped? He's not going to believe me. The other competing force was I bet flop and I check turn. So on the flop, I said, I have a good hand. On the turn, I said, I don't have a boat and I don't have trips. So that probably means I was bluffing on the flop. Or maybe I have, king, king, 7-5, or maybe I have queens with spades or something. But it probably means I was bluffing on the flop. So in his shoes, I think he should check river with any, like, basically anything should check river, because a lot of my bluffs made a straight and a lot of my bluffs that didn't make a straight will now bluff. So if he has a boat somehow, which he doesn't, he should check. If he has 6-5, I think he should check. Maybe I made deuce deuce, I guess, which makes it awkward. But so like on the one hand, I don't think I rep anything. On the other, I feel like he's bluffing here because I don't think he should bet any value hands at all. So who knows? I'd like to ask him that one, y'all. Take a screenshot so I remember to ask later. Because I think he was bluffing, but I didn't want to do anything. I couldn't call. If I had a 4 or 3, if I had a 3 here, I would call. But with queen high, I can't. Who's winning so far? I'm up 40K today. When I switch back to the 2-table view, you will see that. Which is what we're going to be in when we play. Thank you, Moonlight Master, for answering. This hand, I mean, you can see the results. This was very standard. Check, check. Oh, I guess I'm not positive this is a turn call. I'm pretty sure it is. And then have to call river. Some players are going to underbluff here because 2 straights got there and the flush got there, and so they run out of bluffs. But I think I give Jungle enough credit. I'm not going to consider folding a flush. This one, I made this bet. I was explaining it at the time as like sometimes you bet a weak ace that has a few things going on. So what this has going on is I have 2 outs to basically the nuts because I have 7s with the 7 of spades. I also have a low backdoor flush draw, which benefits slightly from getting some of his stronger backdoor flush draws to fold on the flop, like clears up some equity. So sometimes I think you want to bet. I don't know if this is solver approved or not. It's probably, but it's got to be close. In theory, like in EV, it's going to be close. I think sometimes you want a hand like this to bet flop, check, turn, and then have like a bluff catcher on river. So like even on a 6, because if you don't do this, then what happens on a 6 is when you check turn, you had a bluff on the flop, and so you don't have as good of bluff catchers on the river, or enough of them. On the 5, it's less clear because you're gonna have some like ace king or ace king, or like even sets. Nah, I guess not sets, but ace king checks his turn a lot. And then he pots river. I mean, I think his value range is probably ace 9 plus, maybe ace 5. So I'm not folding. And I unblock queen jack 10. I unblock, well, queen jack 10 are the main ones because 3, 4, 5 got there. But you could also just have like 5, 4 with spades, etc. It's a very, very clear call. The question is, what do I do here with king 9? Or what do I do here with like ace 8, 7, 7? And then I think it's very, very, very close. He was bluffing. Bet flop with the kind of super wrap. I mean, this could be a check, but I think with the nut diamond draw, it becomes a bet. I have a ton of outs, but a lot of them are to the non-nuts. If I had this many outs to the nuts, and most of them are to the nuts, it's always a bet. Here, I think it's important to check the turn because, I shouldn't say important, things going for this hand. You turn more equity, so that's good for betting, and you block turned equity with diamonds, and you unblock clubs, which are check folding. You unblock jack 10, which is check folding. So like a lot of things going for it, but the reason I don't love betting this on the turn is that when I check back, if I river a straight, I can bet, or if I river the nut flush, I can bet. Could potentially even raise against a small bet on like a king of diamonds. But when I bet turn, if I hit my hand, I can't bet anymore. So that's why I decided to check. I make this straight. He pots. I have a very easy call. He's definitely potting 5, 6, probably potting ace 9. So like I beat value. Probably potting king 9, actually. Jack 9, maybe. I don't know. Maybe potting every 9. When only one straight gets there. Now, had the river been an 8, now he's not betting. Now I don't beat any value. He's not betting a 9. I don't think he's potting the third nut straight on an 8 river. And so then I could consider folding my hand. Probably still not because I unblock all the clubs. But yeah. Standard call. He had 9-4. Should he do something else? Maybe, maybe not. It's not clear. Like his play's fine. Check racing the river's fine too. Check call flop. Standard. Check check turn. I like checking river because like I could small bet this hand actually because some stuff missed. But it's too thin to pot. And what's important to keep in mind here, there are a few things. One, I have a queen of clubs, which makes me more likely to check actually than having the queen of hearts. Because when I have the queen of hearts, I have a really bad bluff catcher. So it has less EV as a check. Anyways, I don't want to get like too far in the weeds. But the other thing about this is when he bets flop checks turn, yes, they'll have some 10-6 and 10 deuce, but he's betting turn with all of his sets. He's going to bet his like jack 6 plus. So he doesn't have a ton of calling hands that didn't either make a straight or a flush. I guess actually with the straight getting there, it might be too thin, even a small bet. But regardless, a lot of his flop bluffs are going to have a single club. You usually build your flop c-betting range. You kind of center it around having a club blocker or not, if you've noticed from my play. So I think he has a lot of potential bluffs that will bet here. And I mentioned, I think his hand, well, I think 10 high clubs with no good kicker to the 10 is not a bet, but he does have 4-4, which means he blocks some cool stuff. I don't know. I think his hand's probably not a bet on the flop, but it's not going to be a big deal. Check call flop. I guess this is the perfect example of the same thing that happened where he bet flop with a diamond blocker and now bets river. The reason I didn't bet river was not just to induce from that, but because when I check call this flop, I can't go quite as thin for value because with the exception of 5-3, every legitimate draw got there on this river. And so I have fewer bluffs to choose from. I mean, you can always dig deep and bluff some two pair, but two pair has so much showdown value given the way the hand played out that I don't like bluffing two pair here. So, and he's also going to have a lot of ace of diamonds or king of diamonds with or without a flush when he bets flop checks turn. So betting and getting raised is pretty ugly. Nine high flushes are kind of dicey. So I went with check call. Betting's not ridiculous. This was just a pre-flop four bet that took it down. Okay, where are you, jungle? It's been 17 minutes since he told housekeeping to get out of his room. He told the front desk to get them out. Maybe they didn't listen. So I three bet. I decided to check. Turn standard check. Flop, I could bet. You could definitely bet this hand. I have a very high betting frequency on Queen 8 3 2 tone because it's just a really good board for my range. But you can check occasionally. And then here, I essentially have the nuts when turn goes check, check. He never has a set or better on the turn. And so I have the nuts with the exception of king, king. So I could consider check raising here. But king, king is not entirely impossible. I don't know. I could consider check raising here. But also to induce bets, like he's going to have bet the turn with a lot of queen eight. He's going to have bet before this with a lot of queens up. So he's just got a lot of bluff catchers. So I'd rather bet and hope that he has, like makes a hero call with 10-9 and try to induce a bet. RMX India says, I think three-way matches would be interesting. Do you mean, if you mean three-handed, I think less so. If you mean three players join and they take turns playing each other heads up, I think that'd be really interesting. I would like to do that. And I wonder if it opens the door for some new negotiations that's maybe like, okay, you play me at no limit, and then you play him at no limit, and then I'll play him at PLO or something, where everybody's feels like they've got like it opens some new doors for people thinking they have an edge. He says, okay, I'm basically ready. I told him just join when he's ready. Here we go with a check call on the flop. Check, check, turn. Oops. Oh, we can't press through with arrows. Okay, he's back. Anyways, I potted. I think it's pretty standard, but he had a 5. And he won that pot. We are switching back here. It's actually just a fold. And we're back. So your patience has been rewarded. It's what we told you would happen actually much sooner. So I wouldn't necessarily call it a reward. I mean, I think we just keep checking with king high. It's too good to bluff, too weak to value bet. I'm gonna fold. I think a lot of hands might have bluffed sooner if he needed to bluff. Although, again, jungle's good at those things. Has he not found my other table? Check call here. Probably lose, but not. I mean, I don't have straight blockers. It's just not a good bluffing hand. Not a good calling hand either. Just trying to figure out why he's not at the other table, but there he is. All right. Here we go. I'm gonna pop this lozenge in my mouth and move the mic a little bit away from my mouth so you guys don't hear me sucking on a lozenge. So the chat will be, well, the talking will be a little bit less right now. I guess I just don't know how well the mic picks stuff up. But unfortunate river. I think small bet's the play. Like it'd be better if the 6 paired than the 7 because a lot of his 2-pair hands contain a 7. He had an ace. Let's show it here. Yeah, ace, king, 9, 5. Pretty standard from him. Not sure if I could. I don't have the nuts anymore. So going for the check raise gets slightly dicier. I don't know. It's not a big factor. Mm. Don't like having blockers. This is probably not bad. To the straight draws. But 8x plays this way. Ace high does not bluff. King high, maybe not. I think it's hard to bluff enough, but for some reason my spidey senses. Mm. It's a little bit thin, but I think it's still good. I like check raising the wrap on a rainbow board. And here, close. Put your auto top up on jungle. Tempted to not tell him because he's probably gonna get mad, but oh, whatever. We'll see if it becomes a big problem. We'll discuss it. Interesting. Maybe I should just pot. This is like value, but also folding out over pairs, dry over pairs. Probably just, well, that is my sizing there sometimes. Basically, I haven't played in a while, so I'm not sure what my sizings are. This is actually just on rainbow. I think it's not a fold. If there were a flush draw on the flop, it would be a fold. Just a fold down. Yeah. Run into the nuts too often because he's not value betting this third nuts there. So blocking the second nuts and the first nuts, like, I want a hero call. Why do I want a hero call? I don't know. Wrong. I think because like on double flush draw board, a lot of draws check, a lot of air checks. I think he gets there with a decent amount of air, but King Jack is kind of. I guess actually that's not. And if he went like King Nine, then I would have gotten. Then it would have been a bad call. No blockers to anything, so you don't get caught up in your kind of hand strength against a small bet. Doesn't. He's not value betting worse, and I don't block any value. So even when the mic is far, sound is still clear. Does that mean you're hearing my lozenge and it's annoying? Unfortunate that he got there with that bluff, but very weak bet. It's okay. Gonna pot here. It's kind of close. Like, should I pot or small bet? Basically, I should never check this hand. And the reason hang on. He had nines. The reason I small bet turn is because potting is too thin. I could small bet or pot here. I think I have to bluff my hand. With the 6 blocker, the club blocker, the 10 blocker, it's just too good of a bluffing hand. I mean, he's supposed to fold that hand, but he owned me, I guess. Interesting. Many asses. Jungleman now streaming. I don't think so. It doesn't seem like it. It seems like that's what I thought he was doing, was moving so he could stream, but I don't think that's the case. I think he was just moving to move. Well, I know he was just moving to move. And he said he would try to set up the stream, but I don't think that's what happened. This is close. With no club, I think it's a check. Weird. I guess he's, I mean, I think he's giving up. He's just giving up and folding. Pots by only sizing, I think. This is maybe always a 3-bet. I don't know. Against normal open range, I think it is, but against his, I'm less sure. Just betting range on flush boards because the limping range does not do well on them. This is pretty interesting. If I didn't have a 9, this would be a pretty good raising hand. Like trying to fold out Jack 9. But now there's just not enough that I'm trying to fold out. Now the question is, do I want to lead? I think I do. The problem is he's going to have the nut flush a lot when he has a flush. And he's also going to have ace jack with a spade. But like his turn bluffs are very often going to be ace of spades, like nut spade hands. And then he's going to have his ace jack with the spade. I don't want to play this. This is close on the turn. I'm going to check. Guess I'm checking river. It's not good enough to value that. I kind of just believe him too much. I just believe him. I don't know. Obviously, that's like I think in theory I'm supposed to small bet river or check, but hmm, hmm. Checking doesn't. Maybe I should just small bet. But it's really hard to get called. I don't know about that one. I think this is a 4-bet, right? I bet range on this flop. I think he has me beat. Like I think he has kings a lot. Maybe queens sometimes. Yeah. The problem is he's gonna bluff like It's weird. He still could have kings. He still could have queens. Do I want to try to bluff him off of queens or jacks? I don't know. How do I? I don't know. I'm going to show down and almost definitely lose. Yeah, kings with a three. Cool. And so now I think I'm up a little bit less. So I'll update this to 20K. In theory, this is not a raise. I think like I might be misremembering, but ace jack or ace seven raises a lot, 7-3 raises a lot. But when you have the ace and the seven and the three, you don't for some reason. I mean, like, so the blocker effects are less extreme. He's potting. I mean, I think I have the best hand, but I'm just going to call. Mm. We got a bluff. Makes sense. Okay, cool. Thank you, TN, for letting me know the mic sounds good. It's not my, I'm not ruining your day with my lozenge. Unfortunate spot. Mm, all three out, like big, small, and check are all viable there. I have the nuts, given the way the hand played out. Bad flop on the left. Easy check on the right. I mean, it's not supposed to be a bet. I just think it's going to play out a little bit better. Getting the protection is fine. Limp pot on the left, I'm betting my range. I guess this is the right for you guys. Limp pot on the left. Now we blast off. Actually going to check call, which is not what I want to do. If I blocked 110 with ace 10, I would small bet. But here, when everything gets there, Jungle knows that he needs to bluff two pair. And I think he has a lot of two pair. Like, I just think he has two pair. So I think Queen 9 would have bluffed, but 5-5 flush Didn't, so I mean it worked out well against that hand too. It was close. Probably a fold though. Actually, gonna fold this. I think it's right. I feel like this looks bluffy for me. Mm-hmm. I'll call with an ace. The reason I think it looks bluffy is that a lot of wheel cards bet before then. Like on an ace deuce five flop, I have 5-3. A lot of those hands are betting. Have to bluff small or big here. I'm not sure which. He actually would have been more likely to fold that to small. It's one of the only hand categories that matches that description. I think that's close. It seems like a fold to me, but wouldn't be shocked if it's supposed to call or raise. I think bet 3-bet is good here. And here with ace jack, like a lot of jack jack should bluff, but ace jack I think less likely to. I mean, I think I lose and I have good blockers, so I guess that means I need to bet. Like I block ace queen, ace. I mean, I block ace deuce, ace eight. The problem is his bluffs probably beat me, like king, queen, deuce, or something. He's probably bluffing. Well, like bluffing half the time. So if I could beat a bluff, I would call. But if he got here with worse than a queen, I think he's open bluffing river. I've never in my career gone from a bluff to a call, so that would be cool. That would be very cool. Ace king beats me. That's very unfortunate. Ace king beats me. King queen. King queen 9. I'm gonna call. Yeah. Well, it's the first time I went from a bluff to a call, so that's cool. Definitely blasting off here. It's very standard. All right. Results. I think I'm probably only up like, I'm probably close to even now. Good blockers. I think I have to bluff. Standard from him. Check, check. I think this is a call. And raise, but I think it's good. Bet range over here. It's a decent check raise spot, but not going to go for it. I beat King X, most King X. It's a weird spot. I could small bet 3-bet. Weak pairs make some sense. He's repping Ace X. Maybe Queen 10. Yeah, he's repping Queen 10 also. I need him to have sevens. He has too much Ace X. I think just small bet. Interesting bet from him left, but it makes sense kind of. Like for some aces up. I would think he would check the ace river a lot. Hmm. I don't know what this is supposed to be in theory. Called a small bet, deuce three. He's not going to have much of. I could bluff, but I did have deuce three. The reason I didn't think he would have much deuce three is I don't. Did I raise this pre or not? I don't know. Is because when you have a limping range, you usually limp or fold when you have deuce three. Yes, I'll just check and see what happens. Definitely raising over here. I guess I'm jamming. I have to call here, but I'm not happy about it. Cool. Yeah, I think I just have to go with it. Checking and getting the check raise in. Like by the time he bets, he's gonna have really good equity against me. That's unfortunate. I don't think I can fold with the open ender, but I'm probably beat by a set. Oh, okay. Kind of the same hand. We'll chop it up. I mean, he was ahead, but not by a lot. Oh, actually, he had more overcards, so the ace. He could win on an ace or a heart. I could win on the jack. Yeah, that's close. Everything gets here. Gets there. If I had a single spade with this hand, I would definitely bluff. It's very low in my range. Um, as is. I don't know. With no spade, I'm not going to bluff, but everything gets there. I guess I could. That makes sense from him. I think we're about even now. Yeah. Rainbow board, you can bet a lot of queen four because it's doing better in equity than on a flush draw board. Would raise. Falling's fine as well. It's an interesting one. Close. Just fold this, I think. It's weird. Like, what's he repping? Tens? 10 4? I don't know. It's weird. But my hand's pretty bad. I check calls here. This is actually like, I'm going to go for pot, try to clear up. Like, I unblock the, I unblock hearts, I unblock a three. I do have some equity to improve. This on the turn is close on the left. I don't know. Ace high flush draw is definitely a bet, as is. I think we're checking. I don't know. Question is, do I raise or call? Any flush? Seems close. It's just bluffing. Two straights get there. Let's just. I mean, check raising is pretty good here, but not when you have the deuce also. It becomes worse. Did I raise or did I not raise? I don't remember. It's unfortunate. Need to pay more attention. Damn, timed out when I had ace jack jack 5 double. It's funny because I have to like balance the times that I did raise and didn't raise here. If I did raise, well, I think this is a pretty good bet either way. Repping kings. Let's find out if I if I raise free. This is definitely a 4-bet in theory. I don't see a great reason not to against the jungle. All right, so that hand, I did not raise pre. Okay, good. Glad I didn't donk the flop. Okay. It's not a great flop because now when he has an ace, he's got like pretty good calling hand. I guess I check back. Because I don't know how believable it is. Mm, no, I think I go for it. No, no spades. I'm going to check back. Now I'm going to jam. I'm not thrilled, especially with like tanking a lot on the turn, but going to go for it for sure. Hugh. Is this a raise? This is kind of thin, but he's not doing any limp re-raising, so it works out pretty well. We're asking each other what we had. He had ace king king. I had. Just want to make sure I tell him. He says, I snap off in similar situations, but didn't think you have enough bluffs. Hmm. Okay. Lock in. 60 over here. I mean, I bet range over here, even though my hand is terrible. This would be like one of my first checks if I did check. What am I representing by betting? Straight, a jack. I think it's credible enough. Here we're calling, and then we're figuring it out. Leading on the ace, probably not any other card, like a deuce. Do we lead? Hmm. Hmm. It's good to not have a flush draw, although I have two flush cards. It's good to have an ace. No, it doesn't matter that much. He's raising, like, he can raise any three. Jack, Jack, 3x. He's got a lot of value. potentially. How often does he go for the bluffs when I lay him a good price on the turn? I think not often enough. Let's find out. So I'm going to be losing a little bit. He said he had it. Good. I think I need to call here. Too much equity. He said he had queen 3 with spades. Interesting spot here on the right. If he checks, I think we bet. I think we have to. But when he bets, what the heck? Like I mean, I guess I'm calling, but I just didn't expect a bet from him. What do you have here? Call me with jacks. Good blockers. I mean, why does he try to rep this? I don't have diamonds. That's good. I have 2 8s. That's good. Would he check a boat? I don't know. I don't know. I'm calling. It's too bad. I think the easiest strategy is to just not have leads on clubs, but or like not have leads on flushes and single raise pots because they don't add much value. But I went for it before. Let's see. We'll bet here. All right. So how are we doing now? Badly. We're down probably 30K. I need to change this from green to red. A moment. Hmm. Now we check down and hope to win against something. Do we bet here? It's getting a little thin with king 6. You know what? I should check. That's a bad bet. Because, like, denying equity is not that big a deal. I can't really value bet many rivers. I don't know about that one. The results are just my estimate, by the way. I'm not entirely sure. Mm, could start betting turn here and not bet river. You want some one street bets? One street bluffs, that is, and then some multi street bluffs. Check this back again. And what are you representing, Jungle? Kings? A queen? A straight is what you're representing, which I block, but I don't know. Let's try. 8s owned. I did not think he was going to value bet 8s. I mean, I don't think you should, but he got me. This is a weird spot where I actually think it's okay to bet as kind of a merge. And then I'm still beating most stuff, but I think it gets too thin, especially blocking the queen. I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm beat here, but he could potentially have the same hand. King's 1 against queen 4, so I got pretty lucky. This is normally a 3-bet, but I think, like both of these, I think are normally a 3-bet. But when he has a limping range, I don't know. This I could check, but I don't know. When he caps himself on the flop, I think it's kind of nice to start getting some value. Here I could small bet turn, bet river, but I go for the check instead. And we'll call down. By the time he pots river, if that's what he does, or this, like, we're not really beating value, but I'm not folding 2 spades, like clear call. He's not supposed to bluff that with 0 spades. Doesn't necessarily mean he's over bluffing, but could. Probably down a little less than 20 now. We'll change it to 20. I don't want to change it like every pot. I make myself more aware of the results, you know. Let's bluff this one. Mm-mm. Either way, on the like bluffing this on river is probably good. It's not ace king ace jack. I don't believe him, but yeah, he could have some flush, a lot of flushes. Reasonable hand to blast off. Except that if I had 5s, it becomes a lot better. The 3s, the problem with the 3s is that, like, when you have 5-5, you pot turn, you have 2 outs to near nuts. Whereas with 3s, when I pot turn, I can't, like, potting river gets a little dicey. Um, Everything got there. He knows that. I don't have 5, 6, 7. I think this is a fold. It's kind of close though. No, I actually want to call. Here, I can explain that well during my 2-hour breakdown. Um, no, 6, 7 got there too. Yeah, I guess I just fold. Hmm. It's kind of an unfortunate. I mean, I'm gonna pot. I'm not in love with it. Here, you have to be kind of restrictive because there are a million, like every hand is pair plus straight draw here. So you don't get many turn folds from a lot of people. So despite the fact that my hand's an awkward check fold, I think just checking is best. and pot all straights, which there are a lot of. So my 10 blocker doesn't matter. My king blocker only matters a little. I think it's a fold. It's important to pay attention to how much of your, well, what their value range is, and then how powerful your blocker is to that value range. I bet this one, clear up my backdoor flush draw equity, and I can keep betting on like a 4. Here I have a lot of rivers that give me a good value betting hand. I mean, I probably lose, but I don't want to block all these hearts, so I'm going to give up. There's my 4 of spades, but I want it on the turn. I mean, check and lose, I think. I have no straight blockers. That's too bad to lose to ace 10. Old ace king, obviously. This is close. It's pretty close. With no spade, I think it's fold. I think I can check raise on the right, even though, well, do I need to though? Yeah, I think I can. He bets so much like junk. So this is really just like protection. I mean, I get a little bit of value, but the problem is like on river 8, I could still value bet. River ace, I certainly still can. Um, and now I think I need a check. I'm repping deuce 4. I mean, I guess I could small bet deuce 4, but I don't know. I think there's a good chance we have the same hand. I would go no thinner than ace 10 here because it's really hard to get called. And here, this is starting to get a little thin, but I think it's good. What did he call with here? He had a queen with a 10, very standard from him. Here we raised a limp. Now we're back to even. Mm. we're talking about the recent hands. So small, small, small is good. Checking turn is also good. You can actually check full range. Actually, checking range on this turn is probably the play. Jungle was bluffing when I had ace 10. I think this is just a check. It's not the worst pot, but he's betting big. Pretty unfortunate. It's repping better than my hand. I'm not ready to fold just yet. Hopefully a river to straight. Not flush. Okay. Don't block any value there, so fold. Volume's kind of low. I guess I can put this closer to my face. I'll stop with the lozenges. I don't think he's folding. Here, a lot of bluffs to choose from. Why don't I? Is he pot king X? A lot of flushes. I mean, he's mostly repping flushes. A lot of those bet turn. Thing is, he's kind of like he's been kind of sick with value bets than value bets, and I think if he's gonna value bet any king X there for pot, then my call becomes too bad. A lot of outs here, but if I pot, he can make it 12. I have the 3, the 6, the 7, the 8, the 9, and the queen. That's a lot. A lot of them to the non-nuts now, of course, but he calls flop kind of loose. Here he goes bet, check, bet. I have good blockers. Because queen 10 is his main value hand. He's not betting the flop with a lot of jack, jack. 9, 10, 9, queen. I'm going to call. It's kind of a iffy call. Does he bet king, jack? He can bet king, jack, and ace, king. That's the problem, actually. I need to be careful about, okay, just all of it. I need to be a little careful about like betting all of my 6x because then you can make some very thin value bets there correctly. Wouldn't be the craziest raise, but it would be pretty crazy, especially when he's going big. But let's go for it. Asking if I can make one of the tables a different felt color. I actually don't even know if that's an option here. Interesting. Obviously starting with a call. Right table, he pots turn. Deuce 3, King 10 get there. Ace X bluffs get there. I don't have a very good calling hand. The 9 and the 6 are bad. I mean, it's just a fold. I mean, it's just clear fold to this. I think I'll be down a buy-in now. Let's raise. This is a little iffy, but I shall wait for these hands to update because playing a couple of, well, a big pot on the left at least. Check. Queen 7-3, not great for my range. Very clear call, of course. Interesting turn. Interesting flop on the right. Jungle does seem like the type, like some people don't have that much 7x when they bet flop, but he probably does. I actually think I'm beat. Do I just fold right now? Kind of think I'm beat. Make hero fold. I think he has a 6 or a bluff, but like his bluffs have reasonable equity. I don't know if I love this, but I just think I'm going to lose my action on the river a lot. Now, yeah, pot. I'm repping 10-3 as a, a bluff. He had 3-3. Makes some sense. I mean, not very good blockers to call with, but could I have had a 6 with a nut flush draw or something? Maybe, but for value, I mean. Here he had straight draw with ace high. Right table is clear fold, unfortunately. It would have been a good betting hand. Future blockers and all that jazz. I think we start with a check here. Not the turn of our dreams. And he's betting. This is just a fold. Raise is iffy here, but again, I've talked about this a few times, but you just got to be aggressive. Like, basically, your thresholds all are different in limped pots. 8-4 deuce. This is a weird one. Mm, this is very thin. Let's go for it. This, I guess, is a fold, unfortunately. I'm probably down a buy-in now, right? What was that? What pot did I lose? Um, okay. A four, king. What are the bluffs? This is a fold. Um, that's thin. He keeps getting like jungle goes pretty thin, which means I need to find more value raises and bluff raises as well as here. I need to bet a million outs. And bluffing river with a spade for sure. I'm pretty sure he has kings up. We will take it. Left table's a check raise. No, not folding to 40. I wonder what he has here, though. If he calls, this is where it's ugly. I was going to say, if he calls and the river's a brick, do I bluff or not? And I'm not sure. Wow. I guess the queen blocker, he did it. I mean, set makes total sense. Yeah, if only he could have the set without the queen blocker. That's an ugly one. Makes sense. All right, so now we're down. Yikes. How big was that pot? That was just one buy-in. Now we're down. We're down 3 buy-ins? Seems like too much. So I thought I was just down a little bit, but 50. I think we're down 2.5 buy-ins. I'm gonna say 50K. Bet here. This, I think, is a call on this board, but I'm not sure. Blocking the jack and the check. Fold here. Yeah, with the queens, he had the perfect blocker to call with. That's better than a 10 because I'm repping the nuts. Interesting. He's betting here. I guess I just call down. And he's going to continue betting his full value range, which I think will have some queen high flushes. Like if he went for the queen high flush turn bet or 10 high flush turn bet to check river, he probably value bets now. No blockers here. Huh. He gave up with a bluff because of the fourth spade. Yeah, makes sense. I think I just give up here with really bad blockers. Here we can start bluffing. And weird turn spot where we like our threes have become sort of useful, but now our hand is too good to bluff. I think it's too thin in theory, but I think I have the best hand. Just fold here with the jack of spades, like with nothing else going on. Okay. No backdoor flush draw kind of cuts both ways here. Going to be harder to defend turn when I check back, but also harder to make a big hand when I bet. I'm pretty sure this is just a check. It wouldn't be the craziest bet in the world. Clear up some equity. Diamonds. Do I bet this hand? I don't think so. I don't think so. Interesting. He's kind of saying he has kings up. I don't block deuce 4, 6, 7, which is good. I do have a pretty weak hand. I'm going to have a lot of kings up here. I'm going to hit the king like 20 something percent of the time. Flop two pair, another something percentage of the time. I think two pair plus flush draw I have to call here. Why am I suspicious at all? X, 5x. Yeah. I don't know why. Okay. I mean, I call anything that hits the king, and then I need to call some other hands, but the eight's better than blocking the other pairs. Here, I mean, this is tough because what is he bluffing with when the queen gets there? I think this is just a fold. Ugh. I think it's just too much got there. It's just too, like, if he has 8-8 with a heart, sure. But 10-10 with a heart, sure. But he has to not have 10-10-8 or 10-10 jack or 10-10 with another heart. So I think it's just a fold, even though I made a flush. Now we're going to be down more. Well, 60K. Yeah. Probably a little more, maybe 70. Check this. We'll call this. Oh. Checks 9 deuce deuce, which is interesting. I think my hand's just a check. It's a good turn. I might even be down more than 60, but I'll probably win this hand, so let's wait. Just potting is the way to go here because I'm not repping. I'm still just repping deuce X when I'm betting. It's like, why would I bet tens? think this is just a bet. Yikes. I mean, I'm not folding 8-8s because he could have jack deuce or nine deuce, but I'm pretty sure I lose to 9-9 here. Oh, okay. I don't think that's a shove. I think that's a mistake. Queen 10-9. I don't know. That doesn't make sense to me. I guess he thinks I'm betting 10-7. I don't know. I'm probably down a little less now. This one, I'm actually in a pot. It's kind of, I mean, it's kind of a bluff. It's a bluff. And here, this is unfortunately a fold. Pretty sure. Wow. That's too bad. So I'm going to fold this too. I don't get to update my stats the way I want to. But I'm down. What am I down? 40. To be a little careful here, just given the nature of how draw heavy the board is. I'm going to fold jack high. Check call. Raising's not absurd. It's kind of weird, but I'm going to fold. And then I'll keep small betting here. I think. Okay, he's not going to fold that, obviously. Back down 50, let's say. Clear call here. Here I'm going to bet. I'm going to show down ace jack, of course. Got there with queen 3. He could maybe bet that. He's trying to decide. Since the straights I got there were gut shots, I think that I can value bet this, but it's kind of thin for pot. It's definitely close. Maybe it's not that close. I think it's a bet. And it's a clear fold. Like I can start considering calling with ace 5, but no blockers at all. I mean, if he has 5-5-4, he got me. If he has 6-6-4, he's got me. There are a few of those, but this is not. This is the bottom of my value range, and like the worst blockers in my value range to consider calling river. You don't check back a lot of top two, but this is very weak top two, so I think it's a good one to check. Clear bet here. On the queen, I think this is like it's gotten too good, so I'm gonna bet. Weird spot here with the ace of clubs and my outs or my deuces. I guess I check. Now I made it straight too. Very weird hand. Unfortunately, he's gonna bet every better hand. Okay. He had king. He had that king queen with the nine of clubs. Makes sense. 4-bet. I think the play is to rip this in. What do I do? We have 3x pot. It's a lot to rip in, but I can make him fold kings. That's really unfortunate. I can't fold, I think. He's the one with aces. That's too bad. Yeah, if I have kings, I don't want to pot get it in, but ace queen, two backdoors. I think that's the play. I like his line, by the way. Here, I think we have to call. Oof, we're down a lot. Oh no, I'm calculating everything incorrectly. Hang on. Because I'm thinking these are 10K buy-ins. We'll update after this. And I wasn't up as much as I thought to. I was doing it by one case. This is not a check, but I was distracted. So buy-ins are 2K. So I started at 33. Now I'm down 60. 2, 4, 6. Yeah. This is interesting. I'm gonna pot fold. I don't have a lot of pot folds. What the heck is going on here? I mean, I have to bluff. What does he have? A draw. Yeah. I knew he had a draw on the turn, but I was hoping it was like ace 10 jack or I don't know. I mean, it's unfortunate when the clubs get there. I guess I was going to win on a lot of rivers, so I like my line. But yeah, no good. His line is good. I like his line for sure. And today is not our day. So now we're down 80, I think. 85. And we have to wrap up in not too long. No, I'm so today, like today's gone a lot worse than yesterday. Obviously, yesterday I won, but I'm much happier with my play today. So I'm gonna sleep soundly at night. He's checking. I think this hand's a bet. And now it's just a value bet. I think pot is good. Here, this is really iffy on the turn. And 9, 6, 5. I mean, I have 6. I don't have a 4. It's probably a call. Left table is where it gets interesting. God, he's potting all flush. I have an ace. I have a 6. It's a weird spot. 7, 7. And here, I lose to 7, 5, and 5 deuce. It's just a jam. Oh, and Jack 6. I still think it's a jam. He's just got those so infrequently in his preflop range. What do you have here? Set. Can maybe fold turn actually with my 6 high flush draw and a pair. 9, 3. That worked out well. I could check raise here, but I'm going to go for the check call because he's going to keep bluffing on the turns that I hit. Not that one as much. Pot's a little bit thin, but I think it's good. Oh, I forgot that I raised here on the left. This is a weird hand. I don't know what to make of it. He's kind of played it like a. I'm just very confused, to be honest. Ace 10. I just have. My blockers are too good. I have to call, but okay. Interesting. Here, I need to keep betting, blocking the 5, although it's kind of thin when the board is this draw heavy. It maybe is not a bet. Here, without having like good outs, really good outs, I think it's just check. You've seen me stab a lot of weak hands on these boards, but this is not the hand. Now we fold. This hand has some back doors going on. Potential future blocker with the jack, so I like betting flop, and then I have to check turn because I didn't turn any equity. Here, I think I go bet bet. Easy fold with jack high. I don't like check raising here, even though I unblock all the draws. And just because if I pot turn check river, it looks like I'm giving up on a bluff and he can just show down to 10. Weird. Maybe my hand's too weak to continue. So. Okay, we'll call the 3-bet. Over here, we raised a limp. Guess I'll check this board. Fold here. This is just too weak. Call any straight draw and like better pair hands. But it's too weak. Do we check call or do we check raise is the question. Pot is maybe okay here because when he limps, he's going to have fewer flushes. This one I think is a pretty good 2-barrel hand, and by the second barrel I could fold out some bigger flush draws potentially. Am I down to 80 now? I don't know. This is a pot. This is a raise. Hmm. I could small bet, but I could do anything on that one. So here on the right, this is interesting. I'm pretty sure it's a raise in theory. Pretty sure. I mean, it definitely, it has to be, yeah. Really unfortunate turn. X, aces, kings. He's got straight draws. I think I bet call for protection. I mean, that's a dumb way to say it. Well, actually, jungle's good enough. So, like, a lot of people don't shove kings here because they think I'm repping full houses. And now this is just a value jam. And if I'm beat on beat, it definitely could be. Usually not, because he gets in queen 9 on the flop. But 9-6. Yeah. Actually, very surprised that he folded river. Getting those pot odds because he might expect me to check back turn with a flush draw. And like a lot of my flop bluff raises are like 6x with the ace of spades. Betting this for similar reasons to, I mean, we reviewed a hand earlier, and this was a hand from yesterday, but where sometimes you bet those weaker aces, especially when they have some turnouts that could help. No diamonds. I'm not going to call. Excuse me. Check, check. I mean, very standard check with my hand. And then the question is, what do we do next? Just considering a bluff with. Oh, no. Yeah, yeah, no. I don't know what he's considering with that hand. I don't think you can consider bluffing that. I'm going to lead small. This makes a good bet check. I like leading small because he's got a lot of king king, and I have some like ace x of hearts that missed. Even on the fourth heart here, I like checking my hand. I think. Do I? I think so. No, you know what? I like potting. And then checking river. Sorry, I changed my mind. Had ace king. Ace queen 8-8. Excuse me. This might be a call in theory. Reasonably likely to have the best hand now. because, well, a lot of people don't pot 10-7, they pot 7x. Problem is now, like, he's not betting 7x anymore, so I should have bet the left table on the flop. I'm calling ace queen because he could have the same hand or whatever. But yeah, so it's usually going to have 7x. And if he didn't improve, well, his value range on the turn is usually 7x, not boats, I think. I would normally pot here against most people, but jungle's the type of opponent who is willing to do something about it like that. So we'll click it back. Here, I think I'm actually just going to call, check call. Yeah, see, we got him to do something. Here he had queen 10, that's too bad. Would have lost less by small betting my hand. But oh well. So yeah, generally, I mean, this session did not go my way. I think we're down 55 now. But I'm happy with how I played. And yesterday was the opposite. Do I go for it? I think so. No, I think not. He's going to raise 10-9. He's going to raise any flush. Here, I guess we check and probably lose. Yeah. I mean, I think he's going to call me here. But I know that in theory I have to go for this. Or, I mean, I'm supposed to. But on the 5 spade board, Jungle's doing his combo calculations, and there are a lot of potential bluff hands like this that I could have chosen. Oh, wow, it worked. Whether that worked or not, I mean, I'm proud that I went for it. Again, like yesterday, I didn't play with enough power. Today, I played with a bit more power. He's asking me if it's a bluff. I have to wrap up here, so I will sit out and tell him. And I'm unfortunately, so I wanted to hang around after and review some hands with you all, but I have to jump right to a meeting, so I'm unable to do that. He's very upset by the fact that it was a bluff. So I think final total 120. So I lost 50K. Maybe closer to 45. We'll call it 47K. Because rake. He was he was bluffing too, and he's thinking of calling with the worse hand than mine. He's saying, all right, does he not understand? No, no, okay. Okay. He had a 10 high flush. Wow. All right. Anyways, appreciate you all enjoying the stream, keeping me company. I'm gonna keep these open in case I get to review them later, but I'm not gonna get to review them now. So we finished not a great day. So we're down now probably 40K, like 35 to 40K on the challenge as a whole, but that's two buy-ins, and we'll get them tomorrow, maybe. Very happy with the way I played overall. Of course, some hands I would take back, but all in all, happy with the way I played. I will see you tomorrow. So don't miss out a couple things. One, well, you've probably already left by now, so I'll just type it in chat. I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Oh, yeah, I should do this. See you tomorrow.